Alrighty, so I think we're gonna be here for a minute. Matter of fact, I bet this might be like a 3-hour live stream if I'm not mistaken, because one of the videos I want to watch is like 30 minutes alone by itself, and I don't know if TikTok is gonna let me speed it up, because it usually does. It used to, I feel like, but lately it hasn't been letting me speed it up on desktop, which is annoying, or I don't know how, if it will. But yeah, so get you a snack just in case. I've got this chewy bar and Dr. Pepper, because I think we're going to be here for a minute. And also, something I forgot to do real quick. Every time I do a live stream, I have to replace the chat URL if anyone does comment. And I don't think, lately no one's been commenting, but every now and then I get a commenter, so try to make sure that's up to date. It is, just check that. I forgot to do that before. Oops. Okay. So, basically today, one of the main things that I'm going to be spending the most time of this live stream about will be about, there is an altercation between two people who decided to co-host an event. One of them was kicked out of that experience, and part of the argument was over an ASL interpreter. And so, y'all know I'm deaf. Y'all know I do events. And that's how I literally got started, like, you know what I mean? Like, so, and I linked in the description of this video my work history if you want to go check out, like, a timeline of that. But, yeah, so I'm definitely gonna kind of, like, give my opinions and react to that as well. And I also just kind of, like, if I can think of it as we go, I want to discuss things such as mistakes I made doing events, particularly as it related to budget and finances. And I also want to discuss where I don't feel that I was grateful enough or treated the attendees that did come with a good enough personal experience for them to develop a customer relationship with me because of the stress I had with finances. I feel I could have done a better job at building those connections and doing better on my end with hospitality. But instead, I was so transactional because I was so focused on making my money back, you know? So I want to talk about that. And so we're going to be looking at I am so sorry if I say their name wrong, but I believe it's pronounced Bajah and Hali. I'm so sorry if I say that wrong, but we're going to be looking at their videos. They are not captioned, so if you are deaf, my captioner here will pick up some of that, but it won't pick up all of it. On my personal device, on my computer, it allows me to show these captions through Google Chrome, but for whatever fucking reason, OBS isn't picking up those captions, or I don't know how to screen record that part yet. So, yeah, but, so fucking, we're gonna have to figure that shit out, but I don't know. So if you're deaf, you will probably need to turn on additional captions with your devices for the portion of this live stream where we are reacting to those videos, because they didn't caption them. Which I think it's really funny that they are arguing over whether or not they are deaf friendly with ASL, but neither of them provided deaf access in their videos. So, yeah. But I'm going to probably talk about that again when we get there. It's just in my nature. And then before we do that, though, I also want to touch a little bit about the law office situation I've been discussing. I want to discuss kind of like why I think I was able to document what I was able to document, or rather why I think that HR particularly felt so comfortable to say certain things to me in writing. You know, I want to talk about that. And so with that, I'm also going to show you how I feel when I feel like people underestimate me. And I'll show you a little video about that. And also, as it relates to a connection between my legal history journey and my experience with producing and promoting events, I'm also going to show you where evidence of where I donated $1 per ticket sold to Orleans Public Defenders. I'll show you evidence of that and communication from Orleans Public Defenders about me doing so. So yeah. And this is after they represented me in my own case that I did this. So, until I stopped doing events. But yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna basically roll my intro, and then we're just gonna kind of get through this thing. You know what I mean? So yeah, thank you for joining me today. Hi, my name is Alexis, also known as Lexie or Deaf Child. I was born deaf, hard of hearing. I began doing business as Deaf Child 2013, marketing 2011, sales 2009. I've earned 50 plus certifications in marketing and sales. My Bachelor of Science from Loyola University, New Orleans, with a music industry studies major and a business administration minor. Deafness runs in my family genetically. Speech is not fully accessible to me. Anyway, I'm here to bitch about whatever the fuck is on my mind. So here we go. Visit my site at noladeafchild.com. Okay, so first up, we are not going to be looking at all of this because I don't really have time for all of that. But what we are going to be looking at here is part of a snippet. Basically, let's see. I'm going to start about like 20 seconds in and see. That looks like a good amount. Okay. I'm going to just kind of show you guys, like, so when it comes to feeling underestimated, in this scenario, particularly as it relates to the last law office that I filed a complaint on with the Louisiana Disciplinary Council and the Workforce Commission and the EEOC, I feel like I am both the white rabbit and this guy on the left here with this like ram horn helmet thing on. I'm like, I don't know, like where he ends up laughing his ass off at them later. I feel like I'm a combination of both when I'm underestimated. Not like generally, just like whenever I get underestimated, that's kind of how I feel. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense, but like if you, just in case you need the context, let's just play.
Behold the cave of Carbano.
I don't know what the fuck he's saying for part of what he's saying, but he said something like, behold the king of some shit, right? Hold on, because I have the caption on, but it's like not working, but whatever.
Right, keep me covered. What?
That guy said, keep him covered.
What with? Well, just keep me covered. Too late. What? There he is. Where? There. What, behind the rabbit? It is the rabbit.
So they're like, there's the monster. He's like, where? Behind the rabbit? It is the rabbit. You know what I mean? They're like, it's just a fucking rabbit.
You silly sod. What? You got us all worked up. Well, that's no ordinary rabbit. Oh. That's the most foul, cruel, and bad-tempered rodent you ever set eyes on.
You tit! I saw my arm and I was so scared.
Look, that.
Look, I don't know if I'm the rabbit or the guy with the ram horn thing on, helmet on in this situation, but I'm definitely like one of those two. And I feel like the law office staff is everybody else in this situation, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying?
That rabbit's got a vicious streak a mile wide. It's a killer.
Get stuffed.
He'll do you a treat, mate.
Oh, yeah? Manky Scots git.
I'm warning you.
What's he do? Nibble your bum?
He's got huge, sharp... he can leap about... Look at the bones!
Go on, boss. Chop its head off.
Right, silly little bidder. One rabbit stew coming right up.
Look! Jesus Christ! I warned you.
I've done it again.
I warned...
They're like, Jesus Christ. And he's like, I warned you. I don't know. But, I linked the rest of this clip in the video if you want to see it there. Oh, you know what? No, wait, hold on. There's another part here. I just want to get to him laughing, and then we'll move on. Yeah, because that just makes me giggle.
I warned you, but did you listen to me? Oh, no, you knew it all, didn't you? Oh, it's just a harmless little bunny, isn't it? Well, it's always the same. I always tell them,
up!
do they listen to me?
Right.
Oh, no.
Shut
You know what? I don't think I'm the rabbit because I don't like to get dirty like that. I'm totally the guy laughing my ass off.
Right, how many did we...
He's just overselling. Oh yeah, that part is me. You know what though? I do like mud riding. I said I don't like to get dirty, but I do like mud riding. Okay, but I'm weird about how, like, I like to plan it because I gotta have my hair done up. I gotta be wearing the right clothes. I don't know. I'm crazy. Anyway, so also moving on. As it relates to the law office situation and just in general my experience with getting into law, you know, when I was doing events, I did donate $1 per ticket for my event to Orleans Public Defenders. And they did write to me basically saying once again, meaning again, like I've done it before, thank you for your generous donation and the continued public support for our office and work for equal justice. If there's ever anything we can do, including publicizing the shows, please let me know. Happy to help and collaborate. Thank you again. And that was from the Communications and Development Director of Orleans Public Defenders at the time. I don't know if she's still there or not, but you know, this was about 6 years ago. And 7 years ago, so about 7 years ago, I was fundraising for Orleans Public Defenders with my event, but it wasn't a whole lot of money. It really was not, because I only donated $1 per ticket sold, but that's just because that's all I had to give. I wish that I was in a position to have given more, but I was not because, you know, I had recently graduated college within a year or two, and there was a reason I needed an Orleans Public Defender. You don't get those unless you're broke as fuck. You know what I mean? Unless you can prove that you are fucking destitute. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, like, but as soon as I got out and I was able to get a job and I was able to do shows, that's like what I did with that opportunity. That is what I tried to do with it. And so that's another reason I felt financial pressure, because when I was with the events where I felt like I was too transactional with my shows instead of focused on building the customer relationship. Like, I did have a good experience to them to a point, because there was always a light show, there was always visuals, there was always really good music, there was always food, there was always drinks available. So like I had these amenities there that I knew was going to be there, and I always try to get artists to come and other vendors to come set up and sell their shit. So there would be merchandise, not only the band merchandise, but also other jewelry and things of that nature you could get there, and art pieces. But like, it was like I was too transactional in terms of, if somebody didn't have the money, like, I would make them do the street team work to get in for free. I wouldn't just be like, yeah, come on in. And I feel like to a point you can't just fucking do that as a business, because you do need to make money, and if you just be letting everybody in, then you won't be making any money. But like, to another point, it's like when somebody doesn't, if you could serve the community, if you built relationships, then I feel like that would take you further. I don't know if I'm making sense, but anyway, so I donated, it was only about in 2018 I had donated about 175, so 100 in May and 75 in June. And so remember, I was donating $1 per ticket show for my shows. So I'm one person promoting these shows, and this is just what I was able to do with my resources. So these are tiny shows, but I did, like, the rooms I was booking were like, the capacity for those rooms was about 50 people. And so the shows there was only one show I did with a room for a capacity of 150 people. But the other shows I did, the capacity for those rooms were about 50 people. So I was like selling out the venue in a way, because we were maxing out our capacity in the venue. And so some of my events would look fuller than they actually were, between having that, and then I would also have my staff in there as well as the band in there. The band would have a guest list in there, and there would be multiple artists typically, so the ones that were not on in the moment would be up in there, and then there would be the venue staff there as well. So between that and the tickets I was able to sell and the fact that I particularly chose small venues, I was able to make some of my events actually look like I had a crowd even when I was only getting $30, $50 in ticket sales. So I did 2 different donations, but they were for multiple events. But yeah, I mean, one of my shows I did do like 100 tickets, but most of my shows were closer to 50. And these were for the ones I hosted as myself. I marketed for other people and did way bigger, better numbers than that. But I'm talking about the ones where I was the sole host, the producer, the promoter, the one funding it all. Everything was on me. I paid for the bands. I did it all. These are those shows that I donated $1 per ticket to Orleans Public Defenders, and this one is from January 22nd, 2019, 175. So we did May, we did June, and we did January, and so 300 total. I was able to donate to Orleans Public Defenders in a year. So yeah, and I did that from. And the only reason I didn't keep going is because I stopped doing shows. I haven't done a show since then. And if I did another show, I would donate $1 per ticket from that show to Orleans Public Defenders. But, so that's the only reason I haven't done another. Linked in the description of this video, I think I linked it already. I did put my research on mass incarceration. I totally linked it here. Yeah, let me pull that up. I did do my research on mass incarceration. I linked that in the description of this video if you want to learn more about that. And in this, there is also a link right here that will take you to Orleans Public Defenders donation page, and it goes directly to Orleans Public Defenders. Oh, the campaign expired. Okay, this shows me I need to update this. This used to be where you could donate. I don't know if they're still having an option for that. You can still make checks payable and send a check in, I believe. Or contact them. Just please contact them if you do want to donate to them. And I'm sure that they do have, because why the fuck wouldn't they not still need money, dude? So I'm sure that they do need donations and will probably take it. Oh, Lindsay is still there. Okay, Lindsay, all right. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna hit up Lindsay, like, why the fuck can't we donate to your shit anymore, bitch? I'm just kidding, you're not a bitch, but you know what I mean? So, yeah, fucking, but if you feel called to donate to them, please reach out to them, please donate, that would be amazing. And I have research on mass incarceration, not only as it relates to police brutality against Black community and against Indigenous Americans, but also as it relates to ICE and immigration and detainment, and how I believe it's all connected as it relates to our profit sharing system related to detention, and utilizing the law to strip us of our rights. So please, look into this research if you don't mind. And I have in here, I need to update these sources, or at least double check them. The last time I checked to make sure that these links were still working, I think was about 2022. I updated some grammatical errors and shit like that. And I think I had said a stat wrong that I updated recently, but I have not double checked the links to make sure that these sources still work. So if there's any source that doesn't work, that's my apologies. But yeah, other than that, all of this information should be, it's not necessarily like up to date in terms of its current, but it is, to my knowledge, accurate in terms of the timeline of mass incarceration up until about 2020. If you want to process some of that information. And so yeah, and linked in the description of this video, I also have a couple other videos on my past legal journey, which kind of explains like my experience with Orleans Public Defenders. I also link my career history, which explains my background in music industry more. And so between all of that, I just want to highlight, that basically, I understand the pressures of doing an event. I understand wanting to serve your community with an event. I understand fucking up majorly. And I understand how those fuck ups can fuck your career for the rest of your life if you don't handle it appropriately. So, for me, full transparency, one of the biggest things that I did wrong, and the reason I haven't done an event since, and I've discussed this previously in my live streams. I actually need to go find which one I discussed this in because I can't fucking remember right now. Not paying people on time. My very last show, I paid the artist 2 weeks late. 2 weeks late. I did pay them, but it was 2 weeks late. And I fucked up. So usually I always gave myself 3 months in between each event. And I would have that time to prepare. Well, I agreed to do 2 events within 2 months of each other, less than 2 months, after I had already done an event about a month before. And so that was basically 3 events within a 4-month time frame that I was trying to attempt. And I was able to meet my goals to get those first 2 done, but I was not able to follow through on the last. And part of me regrets that because I would never want to do that to anybody ever, have them waiting on their money. And part of me is kind of grateful that it worked out that way because one of my friends who passed away, I had booked him on that second show, and that was the last time I got to see him play. And so if it hadn't happened like that, I might not have gotten that opportunity. So I feel selfish there and greedy in that, like, thinking of it that way, but it's kind of like, I am glad I did commit myself to doing too much there, because if I hadn't, I wouldn't have that memory. So that is selfish, but it's the truth. But yeah, and so fucking, but with all of that, like, it taught me lessons, like, how do I want to go going forward? And that is why I didn't agree to do another show, and why I haven't done one or booked one yet. Like, I could, I've had enough money to probably do something since then, but I decided I want to wait till I can do it in a way where I can, like, actually provide the hospitality and the customer service side that I want, because I don't want to do it again where I'm repeating the same thing I did before, and that's what I have the resources to currently do. I don't want to do that again. I want to do something where, like, it can actually serve the community, and it's, you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm spiraling, cycling. I don't feel like I'm articulating myself correctly there, but read my mind, and hopefully, I think you may know what I mean in terms of what I'm trying to process, I think. But yeah, so we're here now. So, moving on, you get the fucking point. I donated to them bitches. What's up, guys? Thanks, guys, for getting me out of jail. That was real cool. I don't know if that helped pay for my attorney fees. But, or the legal file. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. So next up, what we're going to do, and I'm sure if you've been on TikTok at all recently, you may have, these videos may have come across your page because 2 of them got millions of views over here from Hali. And yeah, and the rest of these, they do have about between 50 and 100,000, or so views or more. Oh, actually, these have hundreds of thousands, but so it's got a lot of eyes on it. So you may or may not have seen this material already. Other people, what I need to do, I need to link this video in the description after this. So I had watched, the way I found out about this conflict was a video by the creator Marky, and he covered it in chronological order, but he did not cover all of the 30-minute video that I want to watch. But basically, yeah, so he has it in chronological order, and I did watch that before this. So this isn't necessarily my first time being exposed to all of this. I'm going to link that video in the description of this one. It's probably 20 or 30 minutes tops if I remember it correctly. And it's going to be way shorter than what this is going to be. So if you want the short and skinny, the quickie, You can go watch Marky, and I'm gonna try to remember to link that after this live stream ends because I did not do that before. But yeah. So, basically, the way I'm gonna cover it though, he covered it in chronological order with the events that occur. So if that's important to you, definitely go watch his video. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna watch all of the content Hali put out on it. Not her, well, actually her too, but I didn't mean to say her first. I meant to say Bajah. I'm going to put out all the I'm gonna watch all the content that Bajah put out on this, and then I'm gonna watch all the content that Hali put out on this. And the reason I'm gonna do it that way is just because Bajah didn't put as much content out on this time-wise than that Hali did. Does that make sense? I don't think I'm using the right words, but read my mind. And so, because of that, because Bajah didn't, I'm gonna just get through Bajah because that'll be quicker. So we'll of the live stream, and then we can spend the rest of the live stream watching Hali's side, if that makes sense. So again, for my deaf people out there, this content was not captioned, none of it by any of them. So for me, I don't know if y'all can see, but I can turn on captioner. There's like this music button on Google Chrome, but then the menu, when I click it, is not showing up on my screen recording. But from here, when I click that button, there's a live caption option I can turn on for myself. I don't know if you guys can do that or not from your device, but if you can, highly recommend. On my cell phone, I'm also able to turn on some additional captions as well, but it is not accessible, you know? So like, yeah, I'm able to turn on the captions by hitting the volume button, and then it provides an option for me to hit another button and turn on or off captions on my mobile device. So I am hoping between those two things and the auto captions on YouTube that we can still make this content accessible for the deaf community, because they do fucking talk about it. So, you know what I mean? And I hate it when hearing people are talking about us deaf people and we're not included. It really just bothers me. So, yeah. Anyway, we're going to get to that. So I'm going to approach this, you know, as we go. I'm going to be reacting and commenting and reflecting on my own story and my own history, and I'll also be discussing what I think they could or couldn't have done, all of that. But I'm going to just stop fucking rambling. We're going to actually get into this now, and I am going to timestamp this bitch. So, we're going to, again, start with Bajah first.
Get ready with me for literally the most exciting day of my life. We're gonna do a very quick and light makeup. Going to look at my dream venue. I'm not getting married, but I am hosting an event here.
I can understand why she is excited about doing an event, because going to look for venues is actually really fun. I've done events at multiple venues, such as, you know, Gravier Street Social, Dragon's Den, Hi Ho, Howlin' Wolf, and you know, those are just the ones that I hosted. I've also worked on events for others at Tipitina's, at the Orpheum, you know, and so like, whether or not you're the one hosting and in charge, or you just get to be a part of the experience and part of the selection process, it's extremely fun to go shop at venues, to network, to envision what your idea is going to look like in reality at a location, and to then to be able to manifest that is extremely satisfying. So I absolutely understand the thrill here. And I got a text message, so I'm about to answer that while this plays for sure. I already watched it.
In Minneapolis. I literally scream every single time. I'm co-hosting this event with my good friend Hali, the icon, the legend. Minneapolis.
And I want to note here at the beginning of this, if I understand correctly, I believe they both refer to each other as really good friends. And so it's hard for me to understand where the conflict arose from, because, I mean, we'll get to it, but from what was published, I'm not understanding how it went from like, yay, we're doing an event together, to this whole, to like, it just felt like, boop, you know, to now this bitch is logged out. And even though the conflict that they've had was more related to who was going to be on the panel, who was the interpreter, and if there was going to be an interpreter, and if there was going to be tickets for deaf accommodations and things of that nature. But I want it to be noted, neither one of them captioned their content. So I don't really see either one of them as people who are in deaf community spaces or deaf relation, you know, or deaf proximity, you know, like, so I do find it interesting that this concept of deafness is like one of the major hills that they die on. You know what I mean? It's like, it just feels like a crutch for some reason. CRUX is what I said, crutch. It feels like why are we mentioned? Why are we part of the problem? Don't make it a, you know what I mean? Like, that's where, it's just where I'm lost a little bit. But you know what? We're gonna cross that bridge more as we get to it.
Girlies, we are so up. I told myself if there is a goal that I'm going to execute this year, it is this event. I'm so excited and nervous that my hands are literally shaking, but I cannot mess up my eyebrows. I've been wanting to host an event for so long. Like, this is literally a dream of mine. It's gonna be happening on December 27th here in Minneapolis. It's girls only and 18 plus. Look at how beautifully this blends. I love you, say. The event isn't just for everyone. It's honestly all in the name. It's called She Evolves, and it's for the girls who are evolving, the girls who are becoming, the girls who are growing, the girls who are becoming the best versions of themselves every single day. This is gonna be our New Year kickoff. It's literally gonna be happening the weekend right before the New Year. We're gonna leave behind anything that does not serve us, and we're all gonna leave feeling like an even better version of ourselves. I've always wished, oh, I forgot to put on blush. I've always wished to have an event like here in Minneapolis. I feel like we don't get anything out here. I was tired of just like waiting and wishing, and I was like, you know what? I can make this happen. I cannot wait. Also, if you guys don't know who the heck I am, my name is Bajah. I'm a 24-year-old creator and entrepreneur, and I grew my entire platform off of self-development, growth, and becoming a better version of yourself. And my true mission in life is to help the girls reach their fullest potential. So through everything that I do, that's like the purpose behind it all. At this event, we're gonna be partnering with some amazing brands. There's gonna be so many fun activities, goodie bags. There's gonna be a panel with some amazing women on it, talking about all things becoming and evolving. There's gonna be a photo booth. There's going to be tooth gems. We're gonna have our signature mocktail, good conversation, reflective activities. Overall, it's gonna be such a beautiful, transformational night. And I truly think the best part of it all is meeting like-minded women. There's gonna be creators, there's gonna be entrepreneurs, there's gonna be so many incredible local businesses that are gonna be contributing. It's honestly gonna be such a fun night. I cannot wait to make some more girlfriends who are just all about their own.
I was trying to pause it for a second, and I was like clicking on it, and it was like not pausing. I was like in my head, kind of. I don't know. But anyway, so for being only 24, so I started my events myself when I was 19. So for being 24 to do an event on this scale is extremely difficult to do. And I think it's very amazing to have this ambition. And both creators that I'm discussing today, they both have 100 times more followers than me, and I was able to promote and to do these events on a small scale with literally 100 times less followers than them. So I know that they can do this. I know individually each one of these women has the power to pull off an amazing event. So any critiques or criticisms that come out of me about how I would have handled a situation differently is not to negate my faith in either one of their ability to promote or produce an event, particularly with the resources and the following and their capabilities that I see they have. They may not have the experience to know how to funnel the leads that are available to them to close the sales that they would like, but I think they're going to learn that as they go. And for reference, I'm 31, I'm about to be 32. So I'm only about like, I think 7 or so years older than these ladies. So it's not that much older than them, you know, but I do feel like sometimes when you are a little bit older than somebody, it's not that, it's just because someone's older than you means they're smarter than you or some fucking bullshit like that. Because there's a lot of people who are older who are fucking dumbasses. But it's like, when people who have been through something before you went through it sometimes they're able to come then give you that experience of what it was like for them, and you can take what works for you and leave what doesn't with what it might be like for you when you go through it, you know? And so that is how we do pass down knowledge to each other, is educating each other about our experiences so that we can all do better, right? But yeah, so I do feel if you have the money, I know they have the following. So the next question is, how much money do they have? And it's not to be pocket watching, it's about the logistics and the realities of what the budget would be for executing on these ideas. If you have the money and this is how you want to spend it, and you do not expect a certain return on investment, then at that point, I think, you know, it's amazing to want to do your first event this large, because I know that they do have a big enough following to potentially execute successfully on that. However, if this is your first event, when you try to do too much at once for your first show, and I'm telling you from my learned experience, what it does is waters down what your offer is going to be. And when you try to be all things to all people, you're not fully able to be something to anyone, if that makes sense. So I think what she's doing is very admirable. And if she does have the resources to follow through on it, that's amazing. I hope it's very successful. I think if anything doesn't come through with that, if anything does fall out, it could be a matter of, was there enough resources for those ideas? And should we have limited some things with where the budget was gonna go? Now there's like a common idea in the industry, in any event industry, that there's not much money in events because it can be very hard to have a profitable event. If you look at how many festivals go out of business because they don't even, they aren't making enough money because of how expensive it is, even, so there is also a thing where a lot of people who do make it in events, the way they're profitable is the event is part of their sales funnel for other activities. It's not the thing that they're basing their return on investment profit in. It's part of their marketing budget for their long-term return on ad spend, because it's an experiential event where they use for pushing those leads through their sales and marketing funnel to then have them buy other things. So those are the events that are typically the most profitable, sustainable, long-term, when they have some sort of system set up for that. Whatever it may be, it can be very different for each person. But yeah, you know what I mean? So I don't know, just rambling, but I'm just like brainstorming here on what would it take to successfully execute on her ideas. This is what I think, so.
Growth. I've been solo doloing my journey for so many years now.
Speaking of solo dolo, one of the events I used to collaborate on was called Dolo Jazz Suite.
And I can tell you, it is so much better when you have like-minded women around you. The event itself is going to be insane. And if you know anything about me, I do not half-ass anything. Everything that I do is just major. It's grand, it's beautiful. So best believe there's so much going into the production of this event. And this isn't even to toot my own horn, but when I do things, I do them with such intention, especially if my name is going to be tied to something. And that's just honestly the attitude you have to have if you want to win. Now, this venue in particular, I knew she was the one. But we had a budget. She's gorgeous, and she was a little above the budget. One thing about me is I'm gonna get exactly what.
So here she is mentioning she has a budget, but she's not sticking to it. Now, if you look behind her, now I am definitely pocket watching, because I am spotting what I believe is designer brand purses behind her. You know what I'm saying? And so with that in mind, like, is that not a Louis Vuitton, for example, behind her hijab? And above that, some of these bags remind me of what I've seen at Coach before. You know, I don't know. I just feel like that's a nice little wall of bags you got there. What kind of wallpaper was that? Is that Louis Vuitton wallpaper? Why the fuck do I think that? You know, look at this little closet you have. Look, maybe I'm just jealous of the closet. I am jealous of her closet, and I cannot lie. But, you know, like, you know what I'm saying? So maybe she's got the money like that. But if she does have the money in this way, then why would you be stressed about money in the argument? You know what I'm saying? I think she has enough money to spend her money on certain high value items, but she spends a lot of money on those high value items to, you know, as a representation of the money she has, but she doesn't have enough money to do a lot of the things that she's trying to do with this budget, which is why she may be stressing about it, and why that might be a point of contention, in my opinion, potentially coming up. I'm just speculating here. I have no clue what anybody's intentions are, but when we look at further conflicts, I will speak on more why I feel that way as we process it then.
What I want. And so I reached out to them, and honestly, without having to even do
I also do think it's interesting that she's saying here, like, she had the budget, didn't have the budget, spent the money anyway that she didn't have because she always gets what she wants. I do think that's interesting. She said she always gets what she wants. I wonder if that came into play with the conflict there was between the co-hosts.
Too much. They gave us an insane discount just because they wanted to be a part of the event. And all we did was share the vision. If you're a Minneapolis creator, entrepreneur, or if you're a local business that wants to figure out how you can get involved, leave a comment or check the link in my bio. I am so excited. Tickets are currently on sale, so you can click the link in my bio. Bring your friends. Also, a portion of the proceeds is going to be donated to charity because there's no point in evolving if our journeys can't help someone else on theirs. We're less than 2 months away from the event itself, so I'm going to be sharing all the behind the scenes of making this event come to life, and I'm so excited. I can't wait to
I do love the idea of the, I just hit my button, hit my computer, and then my screen went black. That's like really frustrating for me. So now I am operating with one screen, and I want that to come back, and my captioner isn't working because of this. What I'm gonna do is take a quick break, bring back my computer screen because of these technical difficulties, and then I will be right back. I just like accidentally hit my computer, which is how this is happening. Hold on. I'm gonna be right back as soon as I fix this shit because I didn't want to take a break yet. I was gonna take a break after this. Hold on. Alright, y'all. Sorry, I don't know what the fuck happened. I had like knocked into my computer and then all of a sudden I have two screens here. One of them went black. And then I just don't even know what the fuck was happening. But so I was just like unplugging and plugging back in shit in my computer, but like camera back on. I don't know. It worked out. We're here now. So literally I got so distracted by where the fuck that was that I don't even remember what the fuck I was saying before. So I'm just gonna keep playing this bitch and let's keep going because we're probably gonna be here for another 3 hours. Maybe 2. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see.
To meet you guys all, and I'm so excited for you guys to see the space that we're going to be transforming for a night of transformation. Come on now, let's go tour this venue. Get ready with me for literally the most exciting day of my life.
And then I was having issues pausing it again. Okay, so now let's go. I'm just gonna keep pressing the up button, but if it's not about this situation, I'm gonna skip it, is what we're gonna do. So let's go to the next video and see if that's still about this situation.
Hey Minneapolis girlies, my name is Bajah. I'm hosting an event here on December 27th called She Evolves, for the girls, by the girls, with my good friend Hali. First of all, I did not expect that reaction yesterday. That was supposed to be my soft launch video. We have people booking flights from across the country to come here for She.
Okay, so here's another thing, right? When it comes to being grateful for people traveling to come see you, there was a group of people who, from one of my shows, they traveled from one state to come visit me for my show to see the band play that I had booked because it was a bigger band in the Gulf Coast. Not that big, but like they were kind of known in the Gulf Coast because they were a cover band for a band people liked. So people were traveling to come see us, and then but what they did though, they made a Facebook group, and they had called the Facebook group a name. I can't remember what it was, but in the name they were basically saying that it was that, like, I think they were trying to promote my show, like that they were coming to see me, but they worded the Facebook group as if I was the one involved in the Facebook group and like organizing them coming to see me, and I had nothing to do with that. And so they were basically inviting people to travel from where they were to New Orleans, and they were using my name to invite people to come to New Orleans with them. And I was like, yeah, it does not make me comfortable. I was like, yeah, you can't use my name cause like, no, I don't know you. And so it's nothing against you. It's just that, like, if I do not know you, I'm not comfortable with you acting as if you're inviting people to travel on my behalf. It's one thing if you're like, hey, we're a group of people going to my show. You know, that I wouldn't have been like, whatever, okay, cool, be safe. But thanks for coming, be safe. But you know what I mean? Like, but it was the way they were basically trying to say that I was organizing everybody traveling. I didn't want any responsibility or liability. Nah, I don't know you people. So, I don't know if I handled that situation well and good in hindsight though. So that's where I was coming from, was like, hey, don't fucking use my name for this shit, what the fuck, you know, basically. But yeah, I don't know if that was hospitable enough, if I could have handled that better, or if that was a good thing to do because of liability. Either way, you know, I feel like situations like that, I don't know if I expressed enough gratitude or if I appreciated the people coming to see me across state lines, you know what I mean? And so that is something that I've learned and I'm going to take with me on handling better in the future. Because on one level, people are fucking wild. So you do have to protect yourself when it comes to how people will take advantage of you or use you for a situation. But on another level, it's like you have to be grateful too for the people who show up for you. So yeah, I was thinking about that a lot.
Evolves. I have no words. But your girl's planning. She's been planning. I wanted to quickly ask you guys, what are some things that you guys want to see in your goodie bags? Some brands, maybe even products. Comment them in the description, tag the brand, and I'm going to work my magic. There's going to be almost 300 women in that room, and I want all 300 of you guys to leave with a goodie bag.
So I don't know if 300 is her goal or if that's what she had sold in tickets. In New Orleans, unless you are a fucking celebrity, it is extremely difficult to sell pre-sales, and even celebrities, they don't do pre-sales well. And a lot of celebrities will cancel a show in New Orleans because their team will be like, well, you didn't do enough pre-sales. But that's not how New Orleans operates. New Orleans is not about pre-sales, it's about the day of. You know what I mean? For most people, where you have to be at a certain caliber to do pre-sales well in New Orleans. But like, you gotta be Beyonce. So, you know what I mean? Like, fucking, other than that, it's like, your event, you can expect 30% of the people who say they're going to attend to show up, in my opinion. So every event that I have, maybe 30% of whoever clicked interested or going on Facebook is typically the numbers I did in ticket sales. Typically. In a lot of situations, you know? And so knowing that helped me then prepare my budget and my plan going forward. How many people were telling me they were coming, that helped me plan what was I going to do. And so that is, you know, even though I fucked up with that one show, paying my artist late on one show, look how many fucking other shows I did really, really well, and I netted positive. The captioner put nut instead of net, and I think that's kind of fucking hilarious for a second there. But yeah, anyway, I'm just gonna keep playing. Yeah, you get what the fuck I mean, I think, I hope.
Not wait. I can't wait to meet you all. It's gonna be such a fun night. If you have not gotten your ticket already, you definitely should, because tickets are going so fast. It is linked in my bio, and yeah, I can't wait to show you guys all the behind the scenes of bringing this to life, because I don't.
You know what? I think I was saying before my shit cut out that I wish I had documented more and shown behind the scenes. I do think that's an amazing idea and really great, because particularly as you evolve in your history as a producer, you're gonna look back on that and be like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, that is something cool to do.
Play. Hey, Minneapolis girlie.
Like, honestly though, even though this event didn't go the way either one of them wanted to in terms of the planning and the execution here, I think this event will be a learning lesson for both of them, hopefully.
Guys, there are people coming from all across the country to come to She Evolves. What are we even talking about? Like, actually, is this a joke? Is this a prank? Am I being punked? Where are the cameras? We have girls coming from Canada. Cut the cameras. Guys, there are people coming from all across the country to come to She.
I didn't realize it was replaying for a second there. But, yeah, also, I didn't look at the comments before, but the comments are not going well for her. Basically, people are saying, I love how we come straight to the comments on every video. The people want their money back. We're not coming. They were not going for her. We know that she sees the comments. She betrays. Here before the comments get turned off. Girl not coming. Surviving Bajah Khan. Not anymore. No one is coming now. Where's the camera? No one's coming now. Somebody put an elephant in the room. You know what I mean? Like, all of these things. Wait, I'm gonna go back real quick. Let me backtrack on these comments. Hold on, y'all.
Hey, Minneapolis girlie.
Okay, pausing that. Someone said, why'd you kick her out? A bunch of people are saying that. Y'all are not beating the mean girl allegations. Things of that nature.
Get ready with me.
And somebody else said, just here to ask why y'all removed that girl. Someone said, so are we all here for the same thing? So do you want to address the elephant in the room? Not coming. You see, Bajah had a problem, so apparently, good friend you say, and then some other memes, a whole new year, so, you know, a bunch of people. There's good comments too. But yeah, somebody said a whole lot of I and my. But yeah. Alright, so now I'm going to go back up where we left off.
Your girl is co-hosting one of the biggest women-led events of the year in Minneapolis with over 300 women, some flying in from all around the country and even Canada. Today I'm touring my dream venue. This space is an absolute dream. It's stunning, it's open, and it's filled with so much potential. I can't wait to transform this space for She Evolves, a night of connection, evolution, sisterhood, transformation. I've truly poured so much of my heart into this, and I'm so excited to take you guys behind the scenes as this vision comes to life. This is my
See, this is where that Bridgerton ball should have fucking been, because that does look nice.
First time ever doing something like this, so we're living and we're learning. We can't wait to see you girls on December 27th. So beautiful in here. This event is gonna be insane. I'm so excited. Your girl is co-hosting one.
And what I like about that space is how clean it is, with not only like the decorations and the decor in there, but there's still also this white space. And so you could actually save a lot of money with the way that is, because you could focus more on some visual light installations, which would be cheaper than a lot of other things you might have to typically do to decorate a venue to provide a level of experience. They already have a certain level there for you to work with. So it is a beautiful place.
The biggest women-led events of the
Whoopsie, I was trying to go up, but oops, let's see if I can do it.
Hey guys, I just wanted to give you guys a quick update on She Evolves Live, an event that I'm hosting in Minneapolis on December 27th. We're gonna have a limited release on tickets tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central Time. Tickets go so fast, so get your hands on it before it is completely sold out. Hey guys, I just want.
And so notice, now the comments are turned off. Ooh.
Hey girls, this is for my community and my community only, the girls that have truly grown, evolved, and prayed alongside me for years. She Evolves Live is way more than an event. It is literally an extension of my becoming, the growth, the discipline, the hardships and the pain that God has pulled me through, the vision that God has placed in my heart before any of this became public. I have built this brick.
She would be really, really good as a real estate agent. Because, for example, say there was a dog barking outside when she was showing a house. She would be like, yeah, it's pet friendly. Say there's kids being loud as fuck. Great neighborhood for the children. School is near here too. Say the roof is like falling down. She would be like, and we get deals on construction. So she would be great at selling. You know what I'm saying?
By brick with sincerity and intention. And if you guys have been here for a while, it's always been my intention to create a safe space for girls with big dreams, to bring together like-minded women, to remind the.
Okay, I was talking about the purses earlier. All right, I was right about we got, that looks like a Louis Vuitton logo if I'm not mistaken. I was right about that, And look at the shoe collection here. We need to see the shoes, Bajah. Why aren't we talking about the shoes? This is what's really important. Let's focus here.
Girls, that they do have the potential to become all that they want to be. This has been a dream of mine for so long. I have done webinars and online things, but it's been my goal to bring this offline, to bring this community offline. I'm so grateful because God has truly shaped me to be the woman who can finally do that. And these past few months, I have put in so much love and intention and care into this event. The website, the branding, the production, the vendors, the communication, all of these things are things that needed attention. And I'm so grateful that God has blessed.
I do understand how difficult it is to organize these events. That's why I was saying, like, my most successful events were the ones which I gave myself at least 3 months to do everything. The ones where I feel didn't go the way I wish they did are the ones in which I agreed to do them because I wanted to do them. It's my fault for agreeing, but I agreed to do them when I should have waited and given myself more space, and I didn't have enough time to properly execute on everything I wanted to do, both budget and time-wise, for those events in order to be successful. And so I understand, based on that experience alone, like what she is trying to communicate, I feel, with all of the different labor that does go into event planning. And so I do understand why she may feel passionate in communicating that, but where I think it could be falling flat with the audience is, I know I'm not the only event producer. How many other fucking people in these comments do you think have been promoting and doing their own events too? You know, so a lot, like, no matter what your job is professionally, a lot of people have thrown enough events to have a realistic expectation about where their money and budget should be going and what to expect from that. And so when you look at some of the things that were come out into the evidence with what Hali shows with her screenshots, I believe that is where people are not really giving a fuck. It's not that they're trying to devalue her labor, but I don't think they give a fuck about the fact that she did do all of this labor because of how she treated Hali and because of what they perceive potentially as a lack of care for the audience as it relates to certain accommodations. I think certain things like that are why people don't perceive her work as genuine. You know, because there is a difference between doing an event for your name versus doing an event for passion. And I feel that whenever you do, like, to a point, in order to successfully do events or to successfully grow as a business person, there has to be part of your name attachment to that, you know, whether it's your business name or your personal name. Like, you have to be getting credit for your labor. You know what I'm saying? So to a point, there is nothing wrong with that. But that is also one of my own faults from when I first began. I was more focused on having my name attached to my own shows than understanding what it took to execute on what I was offering, you know? And so that's another thing where you can ruin your name. If you're too more focused on putting the visual of your name and something than what your name is standing for, then what does your name mean? You know what I mean? I don't know. Yeah, reflect on that. Let's keep going.
Me with the drive and the care and the intention to be able to even do that. So all thanks is to God. It also is a huge financial risk to do something like this, pouring thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to produce something, because every detail matters to me. I
would also say it is possible for your first event to be profitable. So when I talk about not expecting it to be, it's not that I don't think it's not possible. I just don't think it should be the average realistic expectation. The average person isn't going to be able to throw one event. Your first event, if you have 20 people show up for your first event, that is a success. For any person to have never done events before, to have no history doing events, be able to get people to show up to their first event alone, just getting people to show up and buy the tickets, that alone is a success. And it's extremely hard for most people to do. Most people, like, I cannot tell you how many fucking events I've gone to in New Orleans, not a single fucking person in that audience. And when I first started, I had that. I threw shows with not a single fucking person in the audience other than the people who were there for me, because they were my staff, they were the people performing, my family members, my friends, the venue staff. So it's not like the room was completely empty or anything. But in terms of ticket sales, I've done shows with no ticket sales before. And basically, I just paid for my family and people to party, you know, like, that is how it is for some promoters sometimes. And I think it is unrealistic to go into it thinking that's not going to happen to you. And there's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't mean you are bad at your job. It means you are experiencing the ebbs and flows of self-funding. You know what I'm saying? Particularly and especially if you are either starting up completely or you don't have a history of this, or it's been a while since you've done it, you know, because it's kind of like when you've never posted on social media before, it is highly unlikely that your first post ever is going to go viral. It's possible. That doesn't mean it doesn't happen, but should the average person expect it? No. You know what I'm saying? And you have to keep posting to get into the algorithm. And if you stop posting for too long, then that cycle kind of restarts for you to get back up in the algorithm again. So because of those things, with what it takes for the resources to attract the audience and bring them to the physical location, it is very difficult to be consistent and sustainable with event production if you do not have enough resources. So if you have a shit ton of money, this might not apply to you. Or if you've been blessed with a large amount of followers, this might not apply to you. But if you are the average person, this will apply to you, And there's nothing wrong with that. That's how you get started. That's exactly why and when you should get started. The good thing about it too is you get to fuck up and not many people will be impacted negatively about it. So that's also a good thing. That's the time for you to learn, But yeah, so when people who have more resources, they try to do things on a big scale, when they fuck up, because you're gonna fuck up when you first start. Everybody fucks up. It's like expecting a baby who has never walked before not to fall back down, You're gonna fuck up. So the good thing about fucking up with less people, with less of an audience, is less people see you fuck up. When you have a bigger audience, more people are gonna be looking at you, which sucks, but it's the truth. But it doesn't mean you're not gonna be able to then grow or do better in the future or have success, So I do wish the best for both of these ladies,
Part of the production means something, and I want it to be as perfect as it can be. I want it to be as intentional and as amazing as I could possibly make it.
Awesome. Okay, no event goes perfect. Part of being an event producer is planning for the imperfection and having a fallback plan, having contingencies, having fallback plans. That's what you need for a perfect event. You don't need the original plan to go perfect. It's not going to. If you booked a certain amount of vendors, a certain amount are going to cancel on you. 10% of the vendors I have booked canceled day of, week before, something like that. Not everybody that you arrange to be the entertainment for your guests is going to show up, and that needs to be expected and planned for. Also, not all of your staff is going to arrive on the venue on time. Look, that's why you got to tell them to come earlier. You got to plan for the original plan not going to plan, and that's how you get a successful event. Say a speaker's broken, we got more at home. So for example, if you are relying on sound, you need to have a list of sound rental companies to call up and beg them to come fix your shit. Stuff like that. Like, and this is stuff you learn as you go too. Part of throwing an event, like you can't be a perfectionist. You can be it's not going to happen that way. Part of it is being able to make imperfections perfect. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know if I'm making sense with that.
I've connected and reached out to so many of my friends and local businesses that I've worked with in the past and have them come together to create She Evolves. She Evolves Live is going to be beautiful. It's going to be beautiful, and I cannot wait to see the energy, the light, and the beauty in that room that night. God knows what I've built. God knows what's in my heart. God knows the intention behind it, and God knows how hard I've worked to get to this point. And I will always protect it, not for myself, but for the girls who have carried this dream and this vision with me for so long. She Evolves Live is a safe space for the girls becoming, both emotionally and physically, and I can't wait. I cannot wait for you guys to see how this event comes together. I can't wait to share with you guys all the behind the scenes. This space is for the girls who are ready to evolve and step into their next era and their next chapter. It's a celebration of our becoming. And this isn't just a new concept that just popped up one day. This is what I've spent years.
I don't know if it's a cultural difference, so I apologize very deeply if anything I say is problematic, because even if I don't intend to be problematic, that may not negate the impact. But I don't know if it's a cultural difference, because I do know that a lot of people are just gestures, right? So I'm deaf, and then my mom is white, but my dad is indigenous. So I have those cultural influences on me. Well, I guess white people ain't got a culture. They got cultural appropriation. But, you know, I've got the colonizer in me, and then the dad side in me, and then the deaf side in me. You know what I mean? I don't know. But, so that's why I'm aware I may be problematic. But, so what I'm used to is when you communicate through gestures, it's to indicate, you know, and it's to accentuate and to indicate and what's the word for, like, not an exaggeration, but when you're like highlighting something. But I can't remember the word, but I'm blanking on the word that I mean, so I don't feel like I'm articulating this clearly. But when you want to emphasize, oh, that's it, emphasize. Okay, when you're trying to emphasize how you feel about something through gestures, that is done through your facial expressions, through your gestures, particularly in the deaf community. So in deaf community, when we are in agreement with something, we're going to be nodding, we're going to be going yes. And if we don't agree with something, we're going to be going no. If something's how we feel, we go yeah. If something's not how we feel, we go no. So one thing that is standing out to me is where she's often shaking her head as if she's shaking her head no. In my community, if you're shaking your head no while you're saying something, that would come off as if you're either in contradiction with what you're saying, or like you don't agree with what's happening, or you're not okay with it, or something like that. That's how it would be interpreted within my community that I'm used to communicating in. But I'm not trying to push my narrative onto her, because I can't speak for what the fuck she means or her intentions. But I don't know if that's like a cultural divide issue there either. Like if that's like a cultural, because I know like different communities communicate differently with gestures. So just because my community communicates one way with our facial expressions and our gestures doesn't mean that it's the same for y'all. But it is something that stands out to me with how it would be perceived within the sphere of people I know. I don't know if y'all noticed that. Like for example, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. Like I just, when I shake my head no, that means it's a no for me. That means I'm not okay with that. I don't know. I wouldn't be shaking my head no when I'm thinking yes. Do you know what I mean though? That's something that stood out to me as a deaf person.
This building. This is what I've spent years becoming, and it will be a reflection.
Do you see the difference? Previously she was, this is what I spent years building, shaking her head no. It will be shaking her head yes. I don't know if that's subconscious or if it's about different cultural expressions of, you know, ourselves. So excuse me if I am problematic, because I definitely do not mean to be, and I understand if that is the impact, because if they, and the reason why I wonder if I'm problematic, because if the impact of me questioning your culture, which is actually a cultural norm, is me gaslighting or negating you, that is problematic, right? So I don't mean to do that. I'm just trying to explain why, based on my culture, role perception, I perceive it a certain way, you know, if that makes sense. I don't know if there's room for both there.
Of that. I seriously can't wait, and I still cannot believe that people are coming from across the country. And to my girls, I have always told you guys to stand on business, to protect your vision. And I've always told you to choose alignment over agreement. People are not going to understand why you make the decisions you make. But you have to protect your vision, and you have to protect your purpose. And it's not something you ever should apologize for. I cannot wait to see you guys on December 27th, and I can't wait
just realized I was muted this whole fucking time. God damn it. I was basically saying I didn't know if I was wrong for thinking that, like, it was, like, because she was, shaking her head no when she was saying she wasn't going to apologize, and she was also shaking her head no and she said she built her event. And so I was just saying that I didn't feel like, that was, like, I wonder, you know, if her facial expressions, if her gestures are in alignment with how she feels, or if that is a tell for when what she says is not in alignment with what she feels, because some of her gestures don't seem to be in alignment with her words, or at least not in how they would be perceived by anyone in my community that I regularly communicate with.
To build something beautiful together. Minneapolis girlies, as a Minnesotan, this is something that I've always dreamed of, and I can't wait to bring it to such,
like, even when she said this is something I've always dreamed of, she was shaking her head no.
a beautiful city with beautiful people. Hey girls, this is for my
It's like automatically like scrolling through, but next up, the last caption was in my way. I'm going to try and read her statement. So Bajah also posted a statement, and it says, I never wanted to bring this situation onto the internet, but at this point, I don't feel like I have a choice. She Evolves Life is something I've spent years working toward, a dream that I've shared with my audience over and over again. It's a vision that was born long before any collaboration, and one I've poured my heart, time, and personal resources into. It's extremely disheartening to see something that was built with pure intentions, love, and months of hard work be misunderstood, misrepresented, or tied to narratives that aren't true. I brought someone onto this project because I thought she would be equally excited and committed. I reached out to her on August 18th and said I can't imagine a better person to do something like this with. She responded, "Thanks for thinking of me for this." That was the extent of the agreement. There was no legal contract, no shared assets, no shared accounts, nothing binding. From the beginning, she expressed that she wanted to be involved, and I truly hoped this would be a shared effort. We discussed tasks, I waited for contributions, and I made space for her to participate at every step, but nothing was ever actually followed through. When it came to the actual execution of this event, the workload was carried almost entirely by one person. To be transparent about what that looked like, I came up with a concept, theme, program, and full creative direction. I built the website twice after the first one deleted. All graphics, logos, captions, and marketing materials were handled on my end. I don't understand how the website was deleted, because you have to click a lot of buttons and intentionally delete it. For any platform that I've ever been on, and every platform I've ever used, there's a version history to where you can restore your past version, unless you specifically click like 5 different fucking buttons to intentionally delete it, and they make you like double, triple confirm that you're going to delete your entire fucking website. It's not a mistake. You can't do it by mistake, in my opinion. Somebody did that intentionally. So I wonder who. Anyway, it says all graphics, logos, captions, and marketing materials were handled on my end. Vendor communication, deposits, and relationships were handled independently. Paid for the venue, the drinks, and the upfront expenses. Personally invested almost $10,000. $10,000 is a lot of money to invest. I understand how it is possible though, because even the tiny shows that I did, I would be spending between $2,000 and $5,000 on them, because I would be paying about $1,000 per each band if I was doing a band show. I've done different shows, some with bands, some with DJs. If it was a band, I'd be paying like basically about $1,000 or more for each band. And for DJs, I would be paying like, depending on if they were for the headliners, you know, it would be like between 75 and 150, depending, I mean, not the headliners, the openers, depending on how long their set was, like 75 and 150, because some of them wanted to do quicker sets than others. Some of them wanted to do longer sets than others, you know. And then for the headliners, that could start at 300 or more just for the DJ, just for one person. And then when it comes to bands typically start at 1,000 or more. You know, and so I will be booking bands and collections of DJs and things of that nature. And then if you want to do sound, that's another $1,000 depending on what you want to do. Sound setup. If you want to do lights, $500 to $1,000 depending on what you want to do with the light setup. You know what I mean? Like everything costs. You have to pay for the street teamwork to promote it, to give, you know, you got to pay for the advertising. You have to pay for the graphic designer or do it yourself. You have to pay for the photographers, the filmographer, the videographer, the door person, everybody. There's just so much. You have to pay for the venue. So I definitely know how this shit adds up. So a lot of people are like judging the 10,000 number, like that's wild. I think it is interesting to utilize that over somebody's head. You know, if you invite somebody onto an event that you've already planned, I think you should not utilize your history with it over their head. Because if that's how you feel, you shouldn't invite anybody on to begin with. You know what I mean? Like, because already from there, you're not coming from a place of seeing them as an equal partner in it, in my opinion. But anyway, she said Hali contributed a single $200 deposit, which was refunded immediately upon removal. Multiple marketing videos were produced, including the launch video responsible for 40% of ticket sales before any videos of hers was posted. So, if it's just the videos that I'm seeing on TikTok, though, it's not to negate those videos, but it's just to say I don't believe much resource or money was spent on that marketing if that's all it was, unless ads were ran that I did not see. You know what I'm saying? So, yes, it is value, but I don't feel that it's enough of a emotional or resource investment to have posted some TikTok videos to then say to somebody else who also posted TikTok videos that, you know, they're not value at the equal value in a partnership. I don't really understand, like, you know, I can understand like why she's trying to express how much work she put in, but where she's trying to say I work harder than her and she's not as good of a worker as me, I don't like that part. Unless you are expressly articulating the ways in which she wasn't helping you, for you to just basically kind of word it as, well, I'm better than her. In other words, you know what I mean? In a nutshell, that just kind of rubs me the wrong way personally. Even though I do understand the value of the labor it takes to produce these things. But yeah. Anyway, it says, I allowed myself to take on the load because of how much this project meant to me. On the other hand, Hali submitted no copy, no panel questions, no branding, no plans, and no logistics. And we're going to see in evidence how Hali did submit these things, and whether or not Bajah agreed to do them is a different story, but to basically act like Hali contributed nothing when Hali can show evidence of where she was attempting to contribute, I feel is something that kind of demeans Hali's efforts, in my opinion. So yeah, like, I could see people's critiques on the prior videos she put out about this, especially that last one we watched, but this statement right here, I think, is what really rubbed everybody the wrong way and really made Bajah look kind of bad, particularly when Hali was able to then come with the evidence that kind of refutes what was said here, in my opinion. Okay, it says her involvement was limited to ideas that were never executed. Over-communication was constant, updates were shared regularly, and every moving part was accounted for. Meanwhile, her efforts remained minimal, with frequent mentions of being busy. Before anything became public, her contributions were already on pause. After the public launch and ticket momentum, a noticeable shift in behavior began. This isn't just what I think, it's the truth. and it is documented. I wish you would show evidence of that documentation, but I don't know. If she did, I don't think I saw it. Anyway, it says, as tickets started selling, she began making decisions and finalized them without discussing them with me. The clearest example was finding out after the fact that a new panelist had already booked a flight, before I was even consulted or given the chance to understand how she fit into the flow of the event. Now, from my understanding of the panelist issue, which we'll get to more later, do I think anybody who's co-hosting should be booking a panelist without the other? No. Do I also think that the way Bajah was trying to control the panel was kind of wild? Yeah. So do I see why Hali did that anyway? Because fuck it, if she didn't, she wasn't going to get to. So, in the previous slide, Bajah was saying that Hali didn't do anything. In this slide, Bajah is saying Hali did too much. So which is it? So also, Bajah does contradict herself in the, like, when you look at this document and you look at what happened, you see how she contradicts herself here. But anyway, so it says, as tickets started, oh wait, I already read that, my bad. It says, when I raised my concerns and asked very direct questions about how this aligned with the vision and structure of the night, I didn't receive clear answers. Instead, the entire concern was deflected, minimized, or redirected, without addressing the actual issue, which was that a major decision had been made without conversation, collaboration, or consideration for an event I was funding and managing alone. So here, even that is contradicting. So how are you doing it alone if you were just saying somebody else was trying to do something for you? You know what I'm saying? So we don't know what actually happened with this situation. In general, I think when you're co-hosting an event, both co-hosts should be in agreement about everything about the event, or it shouldn't happen. If not, both of you don't agree, then it shouldn't be part of the event, or y'all need to do your event separately if y'all can't agree on how the event should be. You know what I mean? That's my personal thoughts. But where she is admitting ways in which Hali contributed while also demeaning her contributions at the same time makes it look as if she's not a genuine person in her statement, So I do feel that it's okay or valid to feel a certain way about if somebody wasn't doing enough for you, So I can understand how if somebody was trying to help you, doesn't necessarily mean that's what you needed for help, so you may not think it was helpful. But when you are negating people's actions when they are trying to help you, it kind of decentivizes and demotivates people to want to help you if you don't value the help they do, and so yeah, like this is things like that. Like when you pay attention to this statement, like if you take Bajah's side on face value, it's just like, oh wow, Hali really didn't do nothing. So yeah, but when you look into the evidence Hali shows, and when you look into Bajah's own statement, how she contradicts herself in her own statement, then those together, combined, it makes Bajah look as if she's just demeaning Hali for no reason, in my understanding, if I understand correctly. But so I think that's also why a lot of people are like, what the fuck, Bajah? Because to claim someone's your friend, but then to be intentionally trying to devalue and degrade their labor seems like it's not, you know what I mean? It doesn't seem genuine. And so then when you're making a statement like this is pure intention, but she's not as good as me, it does look like you're basing your sense of self-worth off of putting others down, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it says another example of the disconnect is that our very first drop, she suggested we increase ticket prices to $75, saying the demand is stupid, and I did study economics. So what I used to do is my pre-sales would be cheaper than the tickets at the door. And so that's how I would actually get people to buy some fucking pre-sales, because you know they don't. And also offer a tiered level. I think a different way to do that is also offer different experiences if you can. But if you're just raising, but you have to make these decisions before you promote the event. If you promote an event and then you're changing ticket prices, it does look arbitrary and it's going to piss a lot of people off. If you change ticket prices, you got to be able to list what are you adding to the event to increase those tickets. And then you have to kind of market it as everybody who bought before got the early bird special, but this is the next level to get in, you know. And it can be done, but it's very difficult to do because you have to be genuine with showing that you are actually raising these prices for a reason, so you can follow through on a specific experience. And if people understand where their budget is going, they will support that. But if you do it in any sort of way that comes off as if you're just raising the prices to make more money, then people are going to see you as price gouging. You know what I mean? But yeah, so then Bajah said, I immediately told her that it felt unfair and went against the entire purpose of this event. I never wanted She Evolves to be something inaccessible or something that took advantage of the very woman it was created for, and I will always stand on that. Once I saw how quickly things were shifting, I knew I needed to protect myself, my work, and the integrity of this event. I had already invested thousands of dollars, months of planning, and my entire online credibility into this project. And the way things were unfolding did not feel safe for me financially or professionally. What I don't understand though is if you are claiming that this other person wasn't contributing financially and had nothing to do with the finances, how is that a risk to you financially? You're going to have that same financial risk with or without her. That has nothing to do with her. You know what I mean? Unless she contributed financially. That's the only way it could be tied, in my opinion, based on my experience as an event producer and business owner. As it relates to the online credibility, every single fucking thing you do is tied to your online credibility, especially if you publish it. Like, what about your real life credibility? You know what I mean? You can't be more concerned with how you look online than what you're doing in real life. You know what I mean? Okay. And then it says, even then, I did not want things to end poorly. We agreed to meet the next day at 3 p.m. to talk everything through, and I followed up that night with a message saying, also, I really am not mad or upset with you. We just have some things to figure out and an insane event to host. Pressure is up and the stress can feel like a lot. I apologize if I said anything disrespectful. It's all a part of the process, and I promise I didn't take anything personal. Talk to you tomorrow. Inshallah, let's both read Ayatul Kursi. And so, to be honest, I didn't know what Ayatul Kursi was until I Googled it yesterday. And what I understand is it is a part of the Quran. So I'm not going to speak on that because that's not my religion or anything of that nature, you know. But basically, I think it could be accurate to say she was basically telling her, let's go pray, or some shit like that, or you need to read the word of God, you know, or some shit like that. Basically, in other words, it's kind of like, it comes off out of context for me as if it's almost like their version of I'll pray for you or Lord bless your heart. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm wrong because I don't know what that context is, if that is what it means for them. But that's how it comes off in the context of the rest of this conversation, in my opinion. Whenever you throw religion back on someone after basically saying, you're not good enough to work with me. You know what I mean? It doesn't look like it's in good faith, in my opinion. But yeah. And so then she said, and I meant that. I went to sleep genuinely hoping we could resolve things. But everything in me told me I needed to protect my assets. The website, the branding, the vendors, the venue, the event email, the passwords, the Instagram, even the Pinterest board. All of these were tied to my business financially and legally. Okay, so in my opinion, there's no such thing as ownership of any of this. You know what I mean? Except for, the website and the branding, yes, but not the vendors, not the venue, and things like that. You know, like, and another thing, if you agree to go, depending on whether or not Hali has rights to Bajah's event for She Evolves, based on the work that Hali did, comes down to state law. I think what Bajah is afraid of is that this dream Bajah had, she gave somebody else legal rights to it. And I think that scares her. I don't think it's Hali that scares Bajah. I think it's Bajah realizing she gave up her own rights to her own dream is what scared her. And how that's why she's lashing out this way, in my opinion. Because under state law in Louisiana, you do not need a written agreement for partnership. Either it defaults to state law for partnership. I don't know. I feel that it could be the same in Chicago. There could be Chicago state laws with partnership. If you don't have an agreement, it defaults to your state law. Under state law, with the documents and the evidence that Hali has, Hali does have legal rights to the She Evolves brand. And I think that terrifies Bajah. If Hali wanted to take legal action, there's a statute of limitations on it. I think in Louisiana it would be about 2 years. But in Chicago it could be something similar. There's a statute of limitations on legal action. So here's the thing. If you want to go, you should never invite a partner onto something that you want to be only yours. I would never offer anybody partnership when my doing business as Deaf Child. Never. I would go in partnership on an event where they're their own company and I'm my own company and we do our events together. But I would never ever say, you're Deaf Child partner now. No. No. It's my brand. You know what I mean? So when I go to events and I co-host with an event, I'm very compromising because that's not just mine, that's ours. So it's let's do this together. But when it comes to my business, that's my space to get to do the me, mine. You know? And so everybody does need a space, I feel, to have their control over their idea. And there is nothing wrong with wanting that. But it is problematic to invite somebody to co-host an event. When you co-host an event together, that is co-ownership in an event. And for her to say that inviting her on isn't an illegal agreement, in most states that is. It may not be a contract, but even a verbal agreement is a legal binding agreement. If you can have other evidence to back up that agreement existed, you know, that's legal. And I think that Bajah, knowing this, terrifies her. And that's why she's trying to lash out at Hali and make Hali feel less than, or act as if Hali doesn't own any part of it. So that way, if legal action takes place, that will be her legal defense. But the reality is, even if it was your initial idea, in writing, you invited somebody to co-host. And so, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, It said, so before our meeting, I removed her access and refunded her $200 deposit. I almost immediately notified all ticket holders that she would no longer be part of the event and offered refunds to anyone who requested one. We got on the call the next day at our scheduled time. I asked her directly, what did you contribute to this project? She responded with ideas, nothing else. And Hali does show evidence that this is not simply just what happened. You know what I'm saying? So that's another thing. Bajah reduced the conversation down to what fit her narrative, in my opinion, from what Hali showed. And so I feel that that is also a reflection of how Bajah communicated the entire event, in my opinion. So Bajah also posted, when I expressed my concerns, she cut me off and said things like, I really don't care. I completely disagree with that. I'm not going to debate it. And in my opinion, this part here is taken out of context from what occurs. Because, you know what, we're just going to watch it. We'll watch it later. But there was more, because Bajah is making it seem as if Hali didn't care about the event. But Hali wasn't saying she didn't care about the event. Hali was saying she didn't care about fucking arguing, if I understood that correctly, if I remember correctly. But yeah, we'll watch that later. If it's still posted when I get to it, fingers crossed. Because, you know, some people, they'll just be deleting shit on TikTok, and then you gotta go find it if it's still there somewhere. But anyway. Then Bajah wrote, there was no accountability, no transparency, and no willingness to talk through the very real issues that brought us to that conversation. I wonder if this is self-projection. That was the moment I knew I had made the right decision to protect myself and the project. I understand how waking up and finding yourself removed from everything could feel blindsiding, and I take accountability for that part. It wasn't my intention to cause shock. But it was your intention to remove her without her having a say. So if it wasn't your intention to shock her with that, then why do it before? Why not wait? That's why it looks like your intention. But anyway, it says, what has been disappointing is seeing Hali go to social media afterward, claiming she has no idea why she was removed. That is simply not true. Everything was communicated directly and clearly during our call. I think it's disappointing to basically go tell other people how they should think and feel about a situation, you know? Like, damn, like, if Hali doesn't understand the communication, like, in terms of still not understanding why she was removed based off of that conversation, it shows a misalignment in the communication. So, you know what I mean? I've learned with marketing, like even if one person doesn't understand what I mean, that means I'm not doing something right to communicate effectively. To a point, if I'm over here talking about JavaScript object notation linked data to somebody who knows nothing about SEO or web development, and then it can depend on goal, right? Like if my goal is to only be speaking to people about how to improve their JSON LD code, and I'm speaking to people who already should be using JSON LD, then I'm not going to dumb down what the fuck I'm saying, because I'm speaking to people who should already be implementing this code. And if you don't know what that code is, then me speaking on how to implement it might not be the conversation for you. However, if I'm trying to teach people what is JSON LD, how should you use it, I should be able to articulate very clearly. The language this code is in is JSON, but it's a simple code. It's a reduced JSON. It's not as complex as most of the code. It's just a code. All it does is connect keywords to content on the page. It gives search engines human context, because, for example, if someone types in apple, they don't know if that person wants the fruit or the computer, but JSON LD tells the search engine whether or not you're a fruit or a computer. You know what I'm saying? That's what that code does for you. So, to another level, it is my job to be able to communicate clearly to my intended audience. So if I intend for you to be the recipient of my goal and you don't understand what I mean when I talk to you, it's on me to figure out what I need to do to communicate for you to receive that information. Now, there is a difference too, though, between just because you've communicated properly doesn't mean you've come to agreement, or just because sometimes you can communicate everything, but somebody's still not going to understand you, no matter what words you use. Because if somebody doesn't have a lived experience on an issue, it will not be possible for them to fully understand an experience they do not have. The best that they can do is come to terms with some of the definitions. And if you can at least get them to grasp some definitions, you have a starting point, right? But so I understand it's not always possible to communicate effectively, but there's workarounds in order to articulate to an end goal. For me, when somebody is saying, I don't understand why this happened, and you're saying, well, I communicate clearly, so it's your fault, it looks like you are blaming somebody else for the miscommunication instead of taking ownership with where you could have communicated better. You know what I mean? And then it says, what was even, and also, she was saying she had no idea why she was removed, but you communicated, and you're claiming you communicated to her why you removed her during the call. She can still be saying, I don't know why the fuck you would remove me. Like, you know what I mean? It's not a good thing to do. Even if you give her reasons, that doesn't mean she has to understand or can understand those reasons when they don't make fucking sense. Anyway, so it says what was even more concerning was seeing her publicly encourage people to dispute their charges by implying that she wasn't sure if refunds could be honored. In my understanding, I don't believe she was like explicitly saying, everybody go fucking get a refund. You know, she was basically saying, like, everybody dispute your charges. She wasn't saying it like that. She was basically saying, if you want a refund because I'm not involved, I have no ability to give you one. And if she doesn't give you one, then that's what I would do because I can't do anything else for you. Sorry, guys. You know what I mean? She wasn't sitting there like, every single person needs to dispute this right now. You know, I didn't take it that way. But anyway. Then it says, this was after I had already told her directly on our call that refunds had been offered to every single ticket holder and were already being processed. Encouraging disputes is harmful, misleading, and not the correct way to resolve a concern. I don't feel that she was encouraging disputes. And I feel that when you look at what happened versus how Bajah took it, it's often, in my opinion, not necessarily in alignment with what I see to have happened, you know? I don't know. But yeah.
Hey girl, this is for my community.
I was trying to pause it, but it wouldn't pause on that last slide. It's like not staying there. It's not letting me read the last slide for some reason. Like it just keeps instantly going away. And I try to pause it because it's like a video that will play and go to the next slide if you don't hit. I try. You're going to have to pause that and then read it after if you can because I cannot get it to stay and I just tried 2 or 3 times and I'm not going to keep trying. But yeah, I think that's the last post that Bajah made on this situation. There's another post here, and it says every day you choose yourself, you meet a deeper version of who you were meant to be. But it doesn't look like, you know, this is about, it looks like her shopping and unboxing shit and stuff like that. But yeah. So it doesn't look like the rest of this is about that. So yeah, I think that wraps up Bajah's side here. Next up, what we're going to get into is Hali's side. But what I'm going to do is take a little break first. And then we're going to come back because I think this might take me an hour or 2 to get through because one of her videos is literally like 30 minutes. And we all know I talk too much. And I can't speed this up, which is what I normally do to make this shit go quicker. So, I think we might be here a minute. But, yeah. So, just to kind of sum up with what happened with Bajah, Bajah's side on this experience, she's basically saying that Hali didn't do anything, wasn't contributing, but she was also saying that Hali was doing too much. And she was saying, that basically Hali needed to read the word of God because Bajah was the one with good intentions. In a nutshell, it was basically everything that she said. You know what I mean? And so Hali didn't take that approach. Instead, Hali just kind of like stuck to, hey, this is what I'm going through right now. I don't know what the fuck is happening. And also, here is all of the evidence of what happened. So I'm still processing. And again, neither of them talk like me. I don't think either of them curse. So I apologize, y'all, if I'm offensive, because I curse way too fucking much. But I'm heavily summarizing, paraphrasing in my own words, my own interpretation, my own self-projection of what I believe occurred. I could be way off, way wrong. I wasn't fucking there. Anyway, so I'm going to roll my break now, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to finish this up by watching the rest of Hali's side, and then we will wrap up from there. Thank you for joining me. I'll be back whenever I'm back. you. So far we have gone over some of the videos and material as it relates to, let's see here, I forgot to put a little light on here. I feel like it highlights me more. So far what we have done is go over the material as it relates to Bajah's side, and now we're about to get into Hali's side, and this is the dispute. So Hali is the one that actually brings up the ASL interpreter that they apparently fought over. And so what I think is interesting is Bajah didn't mention that at all. Not one bit. So whenever I'm like looking at Hali's side, I'm like, if what Hali's saying is true about Bajah, that's real fucked up when it comes to this part of the story. And I find it interesting that Bajah wouldn't want to clarify what occurred if that isn't what occurred, because she did seem to want to argue about everything else that was said, but not that. Isn't that interesting? She was concerned with how her brand looked in terms of the panels and the money and the ticket sales, but not in terms of deaf accessibility, which I find interesting. And both of them did not, my phone just like, I had it on a book and it just fell off. So neither one of them did not, I'm not speaking right. Neither of them captioned their shit. So both of them are failing on deaf issues there, in my opinion, when it comes to accessibility. Neither of them are being deaf accessible with their content production. But where it comes for like the concept, at least Hali, so even though I have critiques with about the concept of what is happening, from what Hali says some things, she's at least trying. She's trying. And I appreciate that. Even if I feel, there needs to be some improvements with accessibility and accommodations and anti-discrimination with things surrounding this event, at least she is trying. She's showing effort of wanting to do better or learn. And I don't feel that I saw that from Bajah. If she does come out with a statement related to that, I will follow up and cover it. But for now, what we're gonna do is just take it from the top with oh, I forgot to share my screen. We're gonna take it to the top with Hali. And so we're gonna start with, she has posted some other videos. Most of them that she's posted recently are related to this situation, but she's also posted others that are not. So we are just gonna focus on this situation though for this case. So I don't want to be here all day. But we're going to take it from the top, from when she announced she was joining to the fallout and everything.
This is going to take place on, I'm hosting an event and you're invited. This is going to take place on December 27th in Minneapolis, and I'm co-hosting this with my girl Bajah. It's all for the girls 18 plus, and it's all about prepping for the new year, entering it with true intention and with the right people surrounding you, people that want to grow, people that want to evolve. We're calling it She Evolves Live because you're literally evolving in real life. Today I'm going to tell you all about what you can expect, what you can wear, what the vibes are going to be. So check this all out on your own, link in bio, or just search up sheevolveslive.com. But in the meantime, let me tell you all about
fuck, I'm muted again. God damn it. Sorry, y'all. Shit. I hate when I do that. Anyway, I'm giving everybody the deaf experience. Yeah. But anyway, fucking, I don't even remember what all the fuck I was saying. I don't really know how long I've been muted for, to be real. But, you know, I was basically bitching about how I feel this was just quickly done on Squarespace, to take it from the top. I don't feel that a Squarespace website is a whole lot of effort, in my opinion. And I am somebody that has a lot of experience developing websites on Squarespace, Wix, WordPress, whatever the fuck. I don't give a shit. Give me it. Spotify. Not Spotify. What the fuck am I saying Spotify for? What the fuck is wrong with me? I meant to say Shopify. God damn. Whatever. You know what the fuck I mean. You know, like, so these sites are simple to do. If you spent a whole lot of time on it, it would be because you were overthinking how it should look, you know, in my opinion, because this should be relatively quick to do, in my opinion. But yeah, that's just me. I feel like the content writing takes more time than the actual development of the website, or at least it does for me in my processing when I work. It typically takes me longer to write the shit I'm gonna put into the website than it does for me to actually make the website. You know what I mean? That's the part that takes a minute. But yeah. It does look like they are currently marketing as sold out. I will be checking back to see if that remains later on as we get closer to December 27th. December 29th is my birthday. And my twin. I have a twin. So, but I do want to say, outside of the personal drama, I do have some criticisms about the concept of the idea, because I can understand how people perceive it, the wording related to like multi-level marketing type wording. So I can see some valid criticisms there with some of the wording, how it can come off. But I also see the initial intention behind the concept of the idea, and I do think that if they weren't so focused on looking like professional, and if they focused more on the personal evolution and the aspect of that growth and transparency with their growth and vulnerability, it would be more genuine. And I think that's what it, you know, what it could be, right? So I don't think the concept of the idea has to be something that is a negative connotation. But I think some of the things that were said in Bajah's videos that we looked at with how she worded it does come off like it's not meant to be empowering, because for me, empowerment is when you are encouraging women to be their best selves. And what we saw Bajah do is basically kind of like, in other words, in my opinion, she was basically like, I'm doing amazing, I'm amazing, and if you buy my ticket, you're amazing too, and we're just gonna keep being amazing together because you're gonna buy my ticket. You know what I mean? That's how it kind of came off without any sort of context of empowerment to back it up, in my opinion. But I don't know if I'm wrong for thinking that. But yeah. But I think that if they showed more of their personal development, it would negate that criticism, because it would be genuine and people would connect to that. But when you are trying to control the appearance of everything, it looks superficial. It doesn't look candid. It looks posed, you know? And I think that's where they need to not worry so much about being picture perfect, and instead focus on enjoying the moment and document that, and then find the moments that are good for them to share, is what I think they should do. But other than that, the execution of this website is really good in terms of the funnel flow. I think the customer service checkout funnel flow that they did put together is a very good one, and I will say that. Okay, let's keep watching this fucking video. My bad.
First things first, we're going to have a live panel with me, Bajah, and a couple other girls that are doing amazing things in the industry and just can share a lot of expertise.
Okay, before we go, I'm so sorry. Have y'all seen the comment difference here? Like, the majority of the comments I saw on Hali's videos were like, so, what about, I mean, not Hali, my bad. On Bajah's videos were like, so, what about Hali? What about the elephant? And then on Hali's video, it's like, yeah, we were going for you, so. It's kind of funny to me to see it in that way. And what's even funnier about that too is Hali doesn't live in the city where the event is taking place right now. The Bajah does, but more people were saying they were going for Hali than Bajah from what we could see in the comments, which I thought was kind of funny, or at least what I saw. I don't know.
Around how you're going to evolve and develop within the year of 2026. We're gonna have a confessional booth where you can record a video to your future self and you'll get it a year from now, which is so sweet and so cute, so you can see just all the progress that you've made and what was once dreams turning into reality.
I actually love that because I love my live streams for that reason. I can look back, what was I a year ago? You know? So yeah, actually I fucking love that. That's cool as shit. It's like your own personal time capsule.
We're also going to have a photo booth that you can go in with the girls or by yourself to really commemorate the moment and, you know, just keep for yourself. And it's just cute. I just love a photo booth, so it just makes sense. There's gonna be an area where you can go get tooth gems done, and that is just so cute. I've been wanting one, so maybe we could do it together. There's different activities and reflection stations. There's going to be goodie bags for you guys. All of our favorite brands are going to hopefully sponsor this and have amazing things for you to try out.
Where they're saying all of our favorite brands are going to hopefully sponsor this. That's another thing right there. That itself, I don't know if anything else they were advertising is the same or if this is the only thing, but if anything else they advertise is like this, that is a huge red flag in my opinion. You cannot promote something you cannot guarantee. So don't tell people that your favorite brands are going to sponsor something. You know, don't say, if you say hopefully they will, that is being transparent that they're not, clearly. But it's also admitting that you don't have that secured. And it's also admitting, you know, like that you're offering something that you didn't secure, that you don't know if you can follow through on. So a lot of people, they may not catch that hopefully. They might just catch your favorite brand sponsoring. So that's another thing where it's like some of the marketing where they're like, we're going to do all of this. You know, I get having these features to draw people in, to make people feel like they're going to get a bang for their buck. But you are the event. You're enough. You don't need all of this other shit. The panel is enough. You know what I'm saying? So if this other shit is costing you more money than you're going to make back, it doesn't make sense. And if you can't deliver on that because you don't have the upfront resources to, it doesn't make sense. And which shows what you should never do is never do anything with doing an event that you did not already have the upfront resources to do. Never. That is how you jeopardize everything. If you're not doing that, it's not possible for you to jeopardize shit. Say the event flops. So what? You paid for everything, didn't you? You did it in good standing. You're going to take those lessons and learn for the next event and do better then. You know what I mean? It is better to have an event where nobody shows up than to have an event where you're promoting things you don't know if you can deliver on just to hope some people come. Because that is how you end up in situations where I was, where I agreed to do events I didn't know if I could do, but thought I might be able to based on my history, but I wasn't for sure because of my resources. But I decided to do it anyway, and I fucked myself. And I fucked others too. I fucked others. That's more important. I fucked others, and then I fucked myself by fucking others. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, that sounds like dirty. Don't take that out of context. You know what the fuck I meant. All right. Anyway, let's keep going.
And you know, just a little gift to enter the new year. Of course, we're gonna have food, bites, amazing things that you can curate yourself, along with a bunch of mocktails. But the best part is really just the community and the people that we're bringing together for this event. It's really and truly going to be a night of evolution, and I'm just so excited. This is a mood board for the fits. We're going to definitely like get glammed, get cute, take this as an opportunity for the Minnesota girls to stand up and, you know, just put something together, because we just need community-based events, especially in Minnesota. Like, I left for a reason, y'all, and I'm coming back strong. So I don't know, maybe after this event.
So that's what I was saying. Like, she's not even she's not even fucking there, and she had more of a draw, in my opinion, from what you could see with the comments after this situation. Like, how the fuck are you gonna be having some, like, how, that is just so fucking funny to me. More people were going to see the person that wasn't even fucking from there than they were to see the person that was actually from there. Like, that is fucking hilarious.
It'll give me a reason to, you know, stick around in the great state of Minnesota. But that is all, guys. I'm so excited. The tickets are live. And of course, we love to pay it forward. So some of the proceeds from this will actually be going into donation to support a women's organization. So if you have any suggestions on where we should support, please let us know. We have a couple ideas. If you are a brand in the Minneapolis area, if you are a brand that just wants to support this in general, if you're a restaurant, anybody that wants to collaborate with us on this, please let me know.
When you have as many followers as they do, I think you may actually be able to get some results with those types of broad call to actions. But if you don't have those followers, or even if you do and it's not working for you, then what you do to get those types of people at your venue is you make a list of people you would like there, that you would want there, and then you reach out to them directly via email or whatever contact information is online, requesting them to donate and offering what you can do to promote them in place of that for that value amount, or for whatever value amount they can provide, you know. And you're not going to get everybody to say yes. You're going to get some rejections, but a lot of people will say yes because of opportunities to cross promote. And you should also particularly look for venues and restaurants and things of that nature that are known for sponsoring events. So for example, in New Orleans, there's an event called Hogs for the Cause, and I forget what charity they donate to be honest, but a bunch of people do that shit and they donate to some shit. Dude, I feel like that's the main point of the event, and I should know, but don't look at me like that, okay? Fucking anyway, so there's a bunch of local businesses that sponsor that event, and so you can look at what events are happening in the region you want to do an event in, and then go pull up those event flyers and event websites and look at who has sponsored those events, and then look at if those sponsors will sponsor yours too, because if they are the type of people that are sponsoring events, that means they got a budget for it. So they may not, worst case scenario in a lot of situations too, some people, they may not have a budget for you this year, but if you connect with them this year and you're still doing it next year, they might have a budget for you next year if you hit them outside the window of when they allocate their budget. But a lot of people, they'll be able to allocate potentially a budget for you, especially if you can provide some paperwork and documentation on how you plan to give them whatever budget they give you, that value amount in promotional services. You know what I'm saying? And with ladies like Hali and Bajah, they have over 100,000 followers. They have a very strong opportunity to offer that type of advertising services to people based on the impressions alone.
You're Bajah as well, and we're happy to make something work and see if this fits into our vision. But we are so excited to do this, and we're so excited to give the girls something. We're so excited to see you. Bye, guys. I'm hosting an event, and
I just noticed the ring. Hold on, let's look at that ring. Where's the fucking ring at? Show me your hand. Ah! I want that ring. Look at that. That is so pretty.
Give the girls something. We're so excited to see you.
Now I'm over here like, look at the ring and shut the fuck up. The fuck is wrong with me? That's my bad. I didn't mean to be rude. But look how pretty this ring is. That is, oh, I want it. Okay.
Let's make pumpkin
Nah,
matcha.
no, I'm good. I'm not
As
making
someone who's
shit.
extremely ambitious
Okay,
and
not looking at that. So this says that awkward moment when you plan, promote, and invest in an event and wake up mysteriously removed from everything with zero explanation. And the description here says, not me waking up removed from an event I co-hosted. Like, girl, at least leave a note. And so yeah, the comment section here also feels like it's not necessarily going in Bajah's favor as well. And yeah. Okay, let's look at what's next.
Hey guys, I wanted to take a moment to address everything really quick. As you saw a few days ago, Wednesday night while I was asleep actually, I woke up to find out that I had been fully removed from the She Evolves event. I found out yesterday morning when I woke up. I found out with you guys. I was removed from the website, I was removed from the Instagram, the email, anything internal, and all the passwords were changed while I was asleep. I was under the impression that we were going to talk the next day. I had no prior communication. I had to call her yesterday at 3 p.m. to ensure that like this is 100% a thing. I gave her all day to be able to come forward and like communicate with me, but like I was getting messages, DMs from you guys who saw that I was removed from the website too. I obviously, like, I didn't expect it, and I genuinely found out the same way you guys did. This is like the last possible thing I ever thought would happen, and I was completely blindsided by it. I know a lot of you guys were planning to attend specifically to see me and meet me and like share a space and talk to each other and get to know each other, and I promoted this event wholeheartedly because I honestly just believed in like the mission of it, which seems to have changed. I thought that it would provide a lot of value. It's something that I wish I would have had as a young woman. My goal was to like always create something.
Okay, I forgot how old Bajah said she was, but I think she said she was like 24 or 26 or some shit like that. I forgot. I'm sorry. I think aren't they both around 25? Is she the same age as Bajah? I don't know. Both of them could tell me that they are 16 or 18, and I'd believe that. They both look real fucking young. Like, I don't know if that's weird to say, but I mean, they look good. Like, their skin looks immaculate. Even Bajah's without the makeup, you know, because we saw her before, and you know, but like, fucking, I had a point. What the fuck was it? Oh yeah, she called herself a young lady, and I'm over here like, you're still a young lady. What the fuck are you talking about? But I'm 31. I'm about to be 32. Does that mean I'm officially middle-aged? Damn, am I not young anymore? I think my youth is over, y'all. The fuck? When the fuck did that happen? Jesus. Anyway, getting old is fucking weird. You're still young. Enjoy the last of your youth while it's there. Look how good you look too. Damn. Looking great.
Meaningful, something helpful, something that like is truly valuable that you can walk out of and be like, wow, I learned something today and I know exactly how I want to implement it, and I thought that I could be able to do that with this event. Obviously not anymore. It's all like, I'm genuinely still processing it, so please excuse my dryness. I don't know what's happening. Obviously I wish nothing but the best, like literally khalas.
She's literally saying right here she's still processing this. And I totally understand, because when I'm processing a situation, it takes me time. I have delayed processing. I don't just, something doesn't happen, a conflict doesn't happen, then I just think I understand what the issue was, you know? I mean, in some cases, maybe, yeah, for sure, I actually would. But in other cases, like, no, it takes me processing to reflect on what the issue could be. And so here, I feel like maybe she processes, if not, I know nobody thinks the same, but I think that part of her processing might be similar to mine in that way. And if so, like, I really do understand where it's like, you need time to think about what was said to fully understand what happened. Like, you don't just leave a fight. Like, being able to summarize it, you know, you have, like, for me, when I can't process fully, I have to really retell everything. I can't just summarize for you because I haven't processed the summary. You know what I'm saying? And so a lot of people were like, damn, you have long content with this 30-minute video she did later. But that would also explain that long video if she's like me, because we need to process the whole thing. We can't just summarize something for you properly that we haven't understood for ourselves yet. You know what I mean? Or at least that's how I am. I'm projecting that onto her. But yeah.
I really truly think that God does some of these things in order to protect you from something greater, and I think that is fine. I would rather deal with this now. I'd rather take this now than like later when the event is already in progress. If you purchased a ticket, I genuinely can't say like I can give you a refund. I have no access to the funds. Anything that you purchased, anything with that event,
So here's where Bajah was accusing her of encouraging people to dispute the charge. And this is why I perceive it as her just basically letting them know, like, I have nothing to do with if you do want a refund. I have no ability to influence that. You know, just letting them know that situation. I didn't take it as her necessarily encouraging people to do a chargeback. I took it as her saying, if you want a refund but you can't get one, I guess that's what you gotta do because I can't do anything for you. That's how I took it, if I remember correctly.
profit made is closed off to me. So I would recommend reaching out to the event coordinator, since that's no longer my.
For me, when that's your first recommendation, go to the event coordinator. That's what she's primarily telling people to do. That's what I saw as the encouragement for the call to action. And I saw everything else she was saying, like, if that doesn't work, I don't know what else. Like, this is, I guess, you know.
Event, like, I would recommend, you know, doing that and like reaching out to them in order to get your refund, because I mean, if you're no longer interested in going, you deserve to be able to get that refund, and I believe you can. So I would shoot them a message or dispute your charge, whatever's up to you. But
okay, now I see where she said or dispute your charge, whatever's up to you. But I can also understand how some people, like, they just don't go back and forth with a business. If they don't want to pay for something, they just dispute the charge. And that's the cost of doing business for any person. You might have that charge disputed. But on the other side, if somebody disputes a charge, the business has 30 days to show proof that a refund was not requested and that they were going to offer on the service, you know? Because charge disputes go against your credit and your ability to do business. So if you have a certain amount of charge disputes, then the platform that you take transactions on, it will flag you. So that's also an issue there, but she will have the opportunity to present her side. And in that situation, she will then be able to issue a refund without it impacting her ability to do transactions. And the only way it would hurt her still is if she wasn't paying attention to those disputes, and if they got past her, then that might take place still. But if she's paying attention and she refunds the dispute instead of it won't get processed as a chargeback, it'll get processed as a refund if she handles it appropriately. You know what I'm saying? Like, she will have 30 days to issue the refund instead of have it logged as a chargeback, I believe. Or at least typically in other systems I've worked at, that can be the case. Like, it's not like, oh, they charge it and then now she's fucked. You know, there is room there. But because of all of the other things, the way I remembered it, I guess I just didn't really perceive her as trying to push people for that. I just saw it as like, well, I mean, this or this, I don't know what else, you know?
I do apologize, you guys. I genuinely.
And also, you can tell that there's a tension or stress to her, in my opinion, but she doesn't seem angry or anything like that, which I don't know if that reinforces stereotypes, so I apologize if that's problematic to say. But my point being with that statement, though, I don't perceive it as any sort of push of an emotion of what this should be onto others, you know? She's not trying to get other people angry, in my opinion. She's just saying what happened is what I mean to come to. I don't know.
I had no idea this was coming. I would have never involved myself in such a thing if I knew that this was how this would have unfolded. With that being said, I want to assure you that I do make sound decisions. Like, really and truly, I'm a very good test of character usually. Like, I don't know, I feel like I stand by my integrity when I commit to something, and sometimes things happen behind the scenes that you just don't expect or know about. And you can't control how others choose to move, but I think what you can control is how you respond, and that is why I am responding in this way and just continuing to live my freaking life, because the world did not end in either way. Tomorrow is on the way, hopefully. So I'm just choosing to respond with grace and with clarity, and I wanted to put this out there so that you guys understand how I'm feeling, because really and truly I would also love to know, but I don't know. And I've taken the last, since yesterday at 3 p.m. to process a little bit. And what I know for sure, I don't know a lot and you don't know a lot, but what I do know for sure is that there's desire within the community for community, and to be able to really find valuable events to attend, and the need for a space to learn and grow and connect is still there. And I still want to create that with you, just in a way that's more aligned, more intentional, and reflects my values specifically, especially. And so I'm working on something new. I'm gonna start working on something new. I'll share more details very soon. I would love to build it together with you if you have suggestions, but I still, this is a dream of mine. This is something that I want to do, and I want to be able to execute it regardless of if it's through She Evolves or my own venture thing. So anyway, thank you so much for everybody that reached out. Thank you so much for everybody that checked in. I'm seeing your DMs. I'm literally bawling my eyes out. This is probably the first time I haven't cried back to back for a while. Thank you for trusting me, for standing by me, and for understanding that really and truly I have no freaking ill intentions. I have no interest in causing chaos. I have no interest in being in drama. I am honestly disappointed that this is even happening, but I'm trying to give myself some grace as well. But yeah, I appreciate you guys all more than you genuinely could possibly imagine, and bigger things are coming, trust. Okay. Hey guys, I'm here to clarify a couple things.
Okay, so now we are at the 27-minute video. This is why I was like, I know we're going to be here 4 hours today, because I think it might take me over an hour just to get through this video though. So, this is a video where the deaf issues and the ASL interpreter is mentioned. So I was already extremely interested in this discussion from my perspective, throwing events myself and my history with that. That already made me oh, my eyes are on this. And I also, here's another thing I don't think I've told you guys before. I had previously planned an event with somebody and we decided not to do it. So we had this event idea together, but we were both freshmen in college at the time. We had both thrown our own event separately, but we wanted to try throwing one together. And she's actually an attorney now, which is really cool. But anyway, so we were gonna potentially throw our own event together. We did end up doing that because she didn't believe that we could execute the vision with our current resources or budget at that time, and I believed that we could. So we had this dispute on what we could achieve with our budget, which, it happens. That's totally fine. At the end of the day, she decided to walk away from the project because she didn't want to overpromise and underdeliver, which I understand. And I don't think that it was about necessarily her doubts in us. I think it was more about the pressure of what it took to perform, because we had both done it and it was very hard to do. And so yeah, so it was just about the pressure to perform at that level, because we had both done single night shows before, but we wanted to do an entire full day festival, and we didn't know if we could pull that off. And maybe it was too big of an undertaking. I don't know if it would have been profitable, but I do think we could have done it. So I guess the second question is, are you willing to put up those resources to do it anyway? And I was, but she was not. But without her, I couldn't do it alone. So I didn't do it. And if I did do other events after that, but I never used the name we came up with together. And I actually, if the name was my part, it was my contribution, but the whole event planning together was both of us together, you know? It wasn't like one of us was solely responsible for it. Both of us each had our own individual passion for doing events and love for doing events. And we were like, do one together? You know? And then we came up with the name together, brainstorming. It was my word that we ended up choosing, that I had come up with, but the concept and the direction of which words we were going to choose, we were both brainstorming. You know, it was a mutual back and forth thing. But I never used that name in the event, and neither did she, because that was going to be our event, and neither of us took that name to do separately. So what I think also is, if Bajah wanted She Evolves to be her solo project, I think if she wanted to do a project with Hali, she should have either done another project with Hali, or you know what I mean, or she shouldn't have invited anybody on it if she wanted it to be a solo project. Like, for me, I think that was the issue. Like, what we came up with was a group project, and so we never did our group project without the other group member. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I'm making sense. I'm going too much, but you can have a dispute about how to do an event. You can decide not to do an event together, and you can still end well, I guess is my point. You know, just because you decide you don't want to do an event together anymore doesn't mean it has to be a bad thing. But I think that the way that Bajah handled it, if from what we can tell on not only Bajah's admission, what Bajah published herself, but also with what Hali shows, I feel like if Bajah wanted that partnership to end, she should have done it in a way in which you're not making that decision and cutting someone off from something they did contribute to, you know? But that's just my opinion. All right.
I am seeing your messages, your comments. I'm also seeing what she had posted, and I don't know how else I can make it more clear that this isn't entirely fabricated, and it's very obvious that it's just a dig at my character and who I am.
I can see why Hali is saying it's just a dig at her character, because everything that Hali says, she's going to come to us, she's going to show us the evidence, and she's going to show us things that don't make her look good either. She didn't give a fuck. She's just going to show the truth. Bajah does seem to curate things in a way in which it's like, oh, I'm pure, the other person doesn't work hard, but my intentions are true. You know, so when you look at it like that, it's like, one looks like positioning, the other one looks like venting. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Some people see positioning more professional than venting, but I don't. I see positioning as fake whenever it is in response to an issue, in my opinion. I think positioning is used for when you're selling something, not for when you're addressing an issue. And so that's why it comes off as fake, because why are you trying to sell to me? Why are you trying to represent something instead of just being what you are, you know? If that makes sense. But yeah.
Just here to respond, to address these claims, and to provide my audience, the people that paid for this event, clarity. I genuinely did not want to talk about this again, but I'm just going to provide clarity and leave it at that. After this, genuinely, I don't care what is said about me. I'm leaving it alone. Okay. Number one, she says I contributed nothing, that I was too busy. And I am busy. I work full time. I provide for myself. I pay for my apartment. I'm 22 years old. I'm paying for my family. I'm literally sending money back home. Like, there's a lot of responsibility on me. So I am extremely busy, and that is nothing to be surprised about. But nonetheless, that did not mean that I was too busy for this event. I dedicated hundreds and hundreds of hours to this event. I made sure that I met with her all the time. I made sure that
I'm gonna go back here and try to read that screenshot.
And I am busy. I work full time. I provide for myself. I pay for my apartment. I'm 22 years old. I'm paying for my family. I'm literally sending money back home. Like, there's a lot of responsibility on me. So
I actually really do understand that, because I feel a responsibility within my family and my community to do what I can to support financially and to contribute, to participate. So I really do understand.
I am extremely busy, and that is nothing to be surprised about. But nonetheless, that did not mean that I was too busy for this event. I dedicated hundreds and hundreds of hours to this event. I made sure that I met with her all the time. I made sure
Fuck, I was muted. My bad. I was just reading a fucking text message, which is the whole fucking reason I rewatched that damn thing, and then I was fucking muted, which is just fucking great, right? But anyway, she said, wait, I lied. I have a photo shoot starting in a few hours. Can you do tomorrow? I'm free the whole day. And then it said, let's do morning-ish, like 10 to 12. And it says, that works for me. It says 10:30, perfect. Call me when you're ready. Alright, so she's showing, like, evidence, like, yeah, that she wasn't always available to meet, like, in the specific moment, and you know, there were times she needed to push to juggle, but she still did make time. She still was showing up. She still was contributing. Is what she's showing evidence for.
sure that
And then the next comment, it says, Hali Jama, are you free tomorrow at 3? She says, hi, is that Sunday or today? I guess they may be in different time zones. Because, oh, okay, or I guess it could be because she put that at midnight. And then on Friday night / Saturday morning, so at Saturday morning, she put, do you mean tomorrow or today? I can understand that. And then Bajah put today, but tomorrow anytime after 2 I'm free. And then Hali said today, yes. Tomorrow you won't be free till later in the day. I have meetings. Maybe she meant I. That could have been a typo. And then it says, okay, perfect. So they are making plans here. And then let's see if another screenshot comes.
I was respectful of her time.
Okay, 2 popped up here. To be honest, I don't know. I kind of want to go back and try and read the other one, but it's so difficult to get this. I don't want to have to then rewatch it all again just to get there. I tried to pause for it. I wonder if I can pull this up on my phone. I'm going to try pulling this up on my phone to read. That's not working for me. It's not letting me drag it, the time back on here to see it at any hour. I was trying to read it on my phone, but it's not letting me drag the time back. This is really frustrating. I can't read it. I was trying to read it. I don't know what the other screenshot said. I'm sorry, I can't read that for you. But we're here now. Yeah, I can't read that for you guys. Sorry. But because it's so, you can't bring it to a timestamp, and then I'm gonna have to rewatch more of this again, so I'm not doing that. But anyway, what I can read says, "We didn't forget, you killed me. Don't think I forgot about that event we were talking about." That's how I read it. Oh, okay, because before she said, "Don't think I forgot about that event we were talking about." And then she says, "Ha ha ha, no for real. But this week is looking rough as fuck with post-work meetings and prep for my butt. This upcoming Friday or Saturday, I'm very, very much free." So she's showing evidence where, like, even though she was not free all the time, and there was a lot she was doing, she was making time. She was always giving an option of when she would be available. She never was just saying, "I'm not available," like, you know what I mean? So yeah, I can see that effort.
I made sure that I contributed every single week. We met all the time. We had countless of calls, and these calls were not 30 minutes. They were not even an hour. They were hours.
I was pausing for a second there because I was ready for another fucking screenshot to come. But she said, "You can see the frequency of our messages and the equal distribution of idea, actions, and discussion. We communicated mainly via text and called for a couple hours once or twice a week."
Of work and brainstorming and talking.
Okay, so now she is showing and scrolling through all of these messages, but I do not have the mental capacity to pause and read any of this shit for you guys. I'm so sorry, so I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to let this part play. And again, I'm going to link, because for what I can't catch or mentally can't do or process, I'm going to link in the video, after this live stream ends, a description to the Marky, I can't speak. I'm going to link in the description, a link to the Marky fucking video that is quicker. It's like 20-30 minutes, and I believe he goes through all of the screenshots for you guys, and so y'all get it better there.
I think it's just crazy. There's so much testaments to my work ethic, and I think questioning that or even like blatantly lying about that is insane. Number two, she says that I contributed nothing other than $200 and she contributed $10,000. This is furthest from the truth. I am baffled. We have a list, we have a notion with our financial records. I don't understand why I did put down $200, yes. I also ordered an Amazon order of decorations that's still at her house, of, how much was it? Of $386. I also would have been the one to pay for the drinks and the food that I was working on getting together. But when I put out options like Lunds and Barley's, Whole Foods, those were immediately shut down, so I started.
You know, I also want to highlight here, I don't know when they were doing the venue stuff, but if it was occurring about a week ago, like they were saying, like they're saying that about a week ago, like at the beginning of November, they're able to actually book an event and all of these things for the last week of December. I'm very shocked. That would not be possible in New Orleans. You would need 3 months for sure. So here's the thing. It is possible to do a quick, successful event during certain slow periods, like especially if it's the summer slowdown, right? But if there are major events, like there are certain times of the year and certain events in this city that there are so many events that are going to be way bigger than you. You have to have a lot of resources to effectively compete against the celebrities that will be around. And so, and they're also going to be booking everything up already in advance because these are party money-making periods. So you have to book 3 or 4 months in advance for certain times of the year in this city to get a spot, or you're not going to have it. Sometimes a year in advance. So the fact that they're talking about how they were able to put this all together within a month or two, it's a huge feat. It's a very big accomplishment to do, but it's very difficult to do and an unrealistic expectation for everybody to think that on the last week of December, mind you, this is Christmas parties and New Year's party, you are competing against the top the against family holidays. You're competing against all of these things. You have so much, and a lot of people are going to be out of town and traveling around this period as well because they often go on vacation. So that can work for you, but also that means you have a lot you are competing with. Like, that's one of the hardest times you can choose to do an event is the last week of December. And take it from someone whose birthday is on December 29th, who I've done events on my birthday, December 29th. So I know, trust me, I fucking know. This is the hardest time. Like, any pre-sales you get for the last week of December, that is gold, you know? So that's real hard to do. So I do commend them for what pre-sales they were able to get for that week. That's huge. But yeah, I'm not gonna read the screenshots because I wanted to do that for you guys. That's why I paused earlier, but I feel like if I keep trying to do that, we're never gonna get through this. And I will be linking again the video that did do that in the description.
Started reaching out to restaurants instead, but that would have been covered by me. The venue, I never once asked her to cover the venue. She chose to because she already had a connection with this venue. After I did research and found so many other venues, she was like, let's do this one instead. I said, okay, cool. She put down that venue.
Okay, so she's saying, finally done with the content, making matcha, then locking in with this event. I also reached out to a venue that would be perfect. Like, I'm in love. It's called Urban Daisy. She said, wait, this is sick. Let me look into this. What email do you use for Notion? Gonna share something with you. So right here, I don't know if this is the event that was chosen or not, because it looks like if the blue is Hali, then it looks like Bajah chose the event Urban Daisy, but I don't know. I mean the venue Urban Daisy, but I don't know what venue was chosen. I think I just called venue event, whatever. You know what the fuck I mean, whatever.
Money. I never asked her. In fact, I would have never. Also, the venue is $4,686. She put down 50% of that. That's 2 point something K. I don't know where $10,000 came from. I do not know. Really and truly, I wish I knew. I have no idea. It was never discussed with me that she invested $10,000. That is the only investment that has come from her. At least that she told me, and if she chose not to tell me, that is none of my business, but I don't see anything like that. Also, I have not lived in Minnesota since I was 18 years old. I do not know any of.
So I did say before how I understand how these things could quickly add up to 10,000, but I do also think that it is interesting if you're co-hosting and you have certain expenses, how is that not communicated and shared with and made accessible to your co-host? You know what I'm saying? Now, and there's also some interesting concepts with that term, right? So, because sometimes a promoter will hire a host, and the host isn't the person running the show, they're just the person that is the face of the show, if that makes sense, right? So, that also might be a legal defense for Bajah, for them to say that Hali wasn't invited in ownership, only in only in her name, image, and likeness being used for the accommodations of it. But even still, even if that's Bajah's legal argument for the ownership aspect for kicking her out of the event part, it does not seem to be a legal defense for the aspect where she did make a legal agreement regarding that relationship of hosting. However you want to argue the semantics of what that means, there's still a legal argument there to say, well, you still made a business agreement with this person to co-host and fell through, you know? So I think that Bajah was using the semantics of ownership to negate that, but I don't think it does, in my opinion.
These people, so her going to the event to go tour it was up to her and her choice, but I also don't live there, so I can't go into the event and tour it. But also a lot of the activations, she had friends that who did tooth gems. She had photographers already. All she did was name them, and I was like, okay, awesome. and I would look into other research too. So
And here's what Hali's saying, from my understanding. She's saying like a lot of these things were chosen before she came on board. So how are you going to invite somebody onto a project and then make them feel like shit for not having already been there? Like, that makes no fucking sense to me.
I don't know. I just think questioning my work ethic is absolutely bizarre. I also built an entire Notion page that has so many things that you.
And that, I mean, I feel like people don't take the documentation aspect of brainstorming for events as work, but it is, because having this visual helps you, gives you a guidance and a conformity and an understanding on what the execution's gonna be, because it's kind of like having a visual representation. I talk a lot about the idea between the difference between commander intent and a direct order when it comes to communicating and execution, and particularly with collaborating and leadership. And so when you have things like that Notion board or a Pinterest board or something, these visual representations of an idea give you a common visual to agree upon about what that aesthetic will end up being. So actually, I do see the value in that.
You can look into like the panelists, the decoration, the schedule, the food and drinks, the marketing, the finances, even a countdown. Like, the list goes on and on and on of the things that I put into this event. I also said that we should donate at least a portion of our earnings to a foundation, because it doesn't make sense to hold women empowerment when there's so much happening in this world. And so I found a lovely foundation. I sent it to her. I found another one. I sent it to her.
She's just showing screenshots proving that she was like suggesting like basically like kids organizations and shit to donate to.
I thought we confirmed on a foundation. Apparently I didn't find a foundation. I beg to differ, and so do your text messages. So the point is, I did a lot of work. I put in a lot of work, and these text messages show that. I don't know what I would gain from this, and I would have easily stepped out. I love to genuinely hold myself accountable. If I noticed that I was not putting in work, I would have stepped down myself.
I think also when she is showing like how much responsibility she had with feeling obligated to her community to provide for them, with how much responsibility she had with the workload she was juggling, and the fact that she was still trying to accommodate all of the planning and workload for this event. I see her, like, when you look at her, she's gorgeous. Her skin, flawless. But you know what she has in common with me? We both have these little droopy eyes. Also, am I weird for thinking our noses look kind of similar? But anyway, so we both have, look at this, under our eyes, This bitch is tired. No offense, you're not a bitch. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I look at you and I look at this video and I'm like, this is a tired ass bitch, man. She looks exhausted, in my opinion. Like, I don't know if that's rude to say. You look great, you're beautiful. But you know what I mean? Like, she looks exasperated, in my opinion. I don't know if that's fucked up to say. But you can tell she, in my opinion, like, she seems like somebody who's just very frustrated that she felt like she put in this much work for someone who didn't value it, in my opinion, is how she comes off. Like, she just looks frustrated and exhausted,
I really, really, truly would. I would have loved to, but I really wanted to do this, and I really was putting in work behind the scenes, or even in front of her, but I don't know. When it comes to the workload that she took on, she took that all on voluntarily. I already built an entire Notion website. She chose to build a Squarespace website, which I did not get access to until the very last day, right before I was basically booted off the next day.
I think that's interesting, because the other person said, because she had previously said there was 2 websites. So Bajah took credit for 2 websites. I don't know if this is a third or one of those 2 or what. But I do think that that's interesting. Like, why do so many different websites need to be done? That seems like a lot of extra work that didn't need to be done in extra places for no reason. And I'm someone that does web dev. Yeah.
I offered to help multiple times. She had to rebuild it twice because she didn't save it. What does that have to do?
That makes no sense. That's not possible. That's not possible, especially Squarespace. That makes no sense. Like, I mean, it is possible to a point, like, you can choose whether or not to save or publish a page, and you can leave a page and choose to erase it, and then it goes away. But for somebody to build an entire fucking website and not save a single one of those pages makes no fucking sense. Now, that could just be me being rude, because I know that they are 25, so I don't mean to infantilize, like, adult, or actually I don't know her age. I think they're like 25, so I don't mean to like infantilize them by any means, but they could be novice when it comes to web development, and maybe they didn't know the practice to save as you go. But that makes no fucking sense. And to another extent, you have to choose whether or not, so if you publish something, then you have to save as you go or it'll go away. But if you have a draft page in Squarespace, for me it saves as a draft if you don't publish it. And you can go away from it and it'll go back as a draft. I don't think I'm using the right words to communicate clearly, so I'm sorry if I'm confusing. That's totally on me. But I think you know what I mean. So it makes no sense to me, like, how could a Squarespace site just be deleted? Like a whole website. Like, the only way that could happen for me is if I hadn't really done much and wasn't paying attention, and something that I hadn't worked on much didn't get saved. But other than that, it's like, how do you blame? I don't know. That part I'm stuck on.
To do with me. Anyways, she rebuilt it twice. I'm asking for her help. I'm asking her if you need help. She consistently would say, let me do this first. Let me do that first. Cool. We're on the phone. Could you please give me access? Yeah, I'm driving right now. Let me get back to you. Something. Always an excuse. So if I don't have access to this, you're refusing to give me access to it. What can I do? Plus, I already built a website. What can I do? What can I do to help? Genuinely. Even though I wasn't a part of building the website, I was literally helping her. I was messaging her. I was checking the website out.
So it does showing the messages from her side, and it's showing, like, can we make it's cut off, but can we do something here? And it's saying, instead of this, can we do that? You know, I can't read it all because it's cut off, because it's like screenshots overlaid on top of each other just to kind of show proof that she had ideas, not necessarily to show everything of what was said. Which I think the way she did show this was actually smart, because in a lot of it she shows enough of it to show proof, but doesn't reveal anything to where it would be detrimental to the brand or anything like that too. So
She gave me access through a password so that I could see it, so nobody else could see it, but like, I wasn't logged in. I couldn't even make the edits. I was not getting the login information, and I wish I saw that as a bigger red flag. But again, I fully trusted this person. This is somebody that I've known for years. Now, when it comes to disagreements, she only really mentioned one, and she briefly touched on another, when in reality we had three main disagreements, and that is access, accessibility, and collaborations. Access being number one. I did not get access to anything that she built until the day before like that Wednesday when we got into the argument. An entire week of building, and she did not give me access. Mind you, I've asked multiple times for access. I am not given access. There was always some excuse, like I only know how to get access to the email through my iMac, which I'm like, well, it's just the login. You just have to share the login. It was, I'm driving. Let me share that with you tomorrow. Let me do X, Y, and Z first. There was consistent excuses on why I could not get access to the website, the email, or the Instagram login. Till this day, I have never been able to log into the Instagram. She sent it to me. I needed authentication. I never got it, which I've told her as well. But that is the number one issue with access. I finally got access to the website and the email only, and that was the day, Wednesday, where later that night I'm completely removed anyway. The reason why accessibility is an issue is similar to.
So this is why we are here. And this is what I am very interested to see if Bajah addresses, because why would you address everything else but not that? Now also, before we address this though, I'm noticing in the comments some people are saying that they believe that Bajah's statement was AI generated. I do not believe it was AI generated, and here's why. Bajah's statement read exactly the way Bajah speaks in her videos, in my opinion. And AI doesn't write the same way as individual unique people do, because it doesn't have their personality. It's an aggregation, right? And I understand that Bajah may not be presenting as her truest self with some of the information, where it could be perceived as if one thing that you're saying is not in alignment with some of the evidence that came out. But other than that, it's as like the way she tries to word everything as if she is with good intentions and good-hearted. All of that, you know what I'm saying? Like, AI, it can summarize things for you. It can make it professional. Like, you can do an AI prompt essentially to be like, AI, please turn this into a professional email, and then put fuck you, and AI is gonna be have the day you deserve. You know, something like that. Like you can do that with AI, but you can't make AI word a narrative to make it appear as if one person is better than the other. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not what AI does. It's going to regurgitate what you tell it to say. So now, whether or not it's possible that she used AI at all in her writing, you know what? Maybe it is possible in terms of she did use AI to reword things that she might have said. Maybe it is possible. I don't know. But the reason I don't think so is because of how the way that the story matches the way she frames it in her videos. It's the same. And I just don't know if you can prompt AI to come out with that in and of itself. You would have to edit something else that AI did. You know what I mean? For it to then reflect that and match it, in my opinion. But yeah. But anyway, so the deaf accessibility thing. I was very interested in watching this, and I thought about covering it as an event producer alone, right? But the event producer in me was definitely watching it up until this point. But once it hit here, I'm like, the deaf in me and the producer, I'm like, yeah, no, we're covering this shit for sure. Because now we're in the picture. Everybody's talking, like, if you're talking about us, let's hop in here then. Let's give you the deaf perspective then. If you want to use deaf issues as a reason for your dispute, let's get a deaf perspective on the deaf issue then. You know what I'm saying? That's my perspective. But yeah, so here she's saying that accessibility is an issue. It is an issue. And I see her as someone who is willing to learn, which is why I'm sitting here holding her accountable too, by saying neither her nor Bajah have captioned their videos on TikTok. So neither of them are providing deaf access. So I understand and think it's admirable for her to advocate for deaf access at the event, and I hope she takes that advocacy into her everyday life and begins implementing that in her content creation as well. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. All right.
To access. Because I did not have access to the email, I could not help anything. I did not know what people were messaging us. And so I was
Whoopsie, I just went on this little ramble about deaf access, but we're not there yet. That's my bad. I think we're going to get there next. Whoopsie.
On my direct messages on my own social media. So I got a direct message from this lovely young lady, and she said this.
Okay, I didn't pause to read the message, but basically a chick said, hey, my sister wants to come, she's deaf, we need an ASL interpreter, was the point of the message. And I'm gonna, again, link a fucking video that will go over those messages for you guys.
Immediately, I said, oh my God. So I texted her. I'm somebody who's always considered accessibility, and I take that very, very seriously. So
I don't know. I don't like it when people who say they don't need, if she has any disabilities in which access is a thing for her, then, and that I don't know about, then that can definitely be why she always considers accessibility, or perhaps she has a different experience with accessibility from another experience in her life. So I would not want to negate that. However, I'm just going to say on premise, when people are not impacted by accessibility, when they are not disabled, when they are not deaf, when they don't actually have any real life experience with this, being deaf or disabled themselves, not in proximity, not knowing somebody, not being related to somebody, needing accessibility yourself. Those are the only ones who actually know what it's like to consider accessibility all the time. Anybody else does not know what that's actually like. It's like whenever a white woman is like, I'm always considering racism. Are you? And I'm someone who's mixed. I'm white presenting. You look at me, you think I'm white. I mean, socially presenting white means I'm white, does it not? Some ways. My mother is white, but what about my father? He's not. Let me pull that picture up. Should I pull a picture up? I might add a picture. I don't know. You know what? Check my intro. So here's the thing. I pull up pictures all the time. Check my Descendian playlist or my intro. So when you're mixed, it's like you often feel like you're pulled in between roads. And when you're hard of hearing, the same, right? But I do not like it. For example, when my mom acts like she's someone who cares about racism when she's extremely fucking racist, it just pisses me the fuck off. It pisses me the fuck off. And I know that as a mixed person who is white presenting, that means I also have my own racism to work through. So I don't think that I'm this wonderful person at anti-discrimination and everybody else is the one discriminating, but I'm the best. No. I suck ass too. I'm still processing and working through my bullshit too. So just because I'm pointing out forms of discrimination that I have a problem with doesn't mean I'm this perfect fucking bitch. No, I suck ass. But it's to say I want to do better, and I hope other people do better too, and these are my issues with these social issues so that you can reflect and blah blah blah. But yeah, it's just like whenever people who don't actually have an experience on accessibility try to position themselves as a thought leader on accessibility, it takes away and tokenizes. It takes away from representation for people who actually have these experiences, and it tokenizes our identity to build a platform off of this concept, or to use your platform to get clout from this concept, you know what I'm saying? Without having the representation of us. That's when there's the problem, right? And that's also why it's problematic. A lot of people do not agree with me as a white presenting mixed person talking on Native issues because my mother is white. They say that I shouldn't be the representation, and I can understand why.
I genuinely was disappointed in myself. I sent her this text message, and again, I said this in a very respectful way, but I was like, I'm really tired of asking for access to these things, and I could be helping you if you would give me access. She responded by saying this, which
so right here, Hali does show proof right here that she was trying to get access for interpretation, and Bajah said no, maybe next time. That's discrimination against deaf community. That is anti-deaf on Bajah's part. I believe that Hali, where I'm criticizing Hali related to anti-deafness, I think comes from Hali being ignorant with social issues because she's not fucking deaf, which makes sense, right? But I see her as someone willing to learn. Why? Because the moment someone was like, hey bitch, we need a fucking interpreter, she was like, let me see what the fuck I can do. Let's get an interpreter. You know what I mean? It's the way she responds. I don't judge her for not knowing better for something she's never been exposed to. Look at how she responds. Her response was to go do something about it. But when it comes to Bajah, the way I hold Bajah more accountable than Hali, and when it comes to, you know, particularly with not providing the captions, but on top of that, when Hali's trying to get an interpreter in, Bajah's sitting here saying maybe next time. Bitch, what the fuck? That's not deaf accessibility. That's not inclusion of deaf community. So it's your events are only for hearing people then. And the other thing is, if you look at all the name brand shit she's got in her closet, but you don't have time to get an interpreter. You know how you don't have to spend a whole lot of money on ASL interpreter. ASL interpreter, that you deserve to make more money. You do. But the fact of the matter is, if you look at the market price, it probably wouldn't have cost her more than $100, not even, to get an interpreter in there for the whole fucking event for that deaf person. You could there would have been an interpreter that would have done that for like $100 or $200 tops. And if you're not willing to drop a few $100s, you know, or something tops for an interpreter for a deaf person, but you're sitting here bragging about how you spent $10,000 on an event and you've got Louis Vuitton bags, but you don't think deaf need access at your event, bitch, that's fucking discrimination. Fuck you, Bajah, like for real. That's how I feel. I don't see that. She's talking about how she walks in the way of God. Don't fucking dare deny deaf access and then talk about being a woman of God. You're not. That's not a woman of God. I don't care what the fuck your religion is. I'm not Christian, by the way. I'm not Christian. I'm Powhatan. I believe in Great Spirit. I believe in Creator. But to deny deaf access and then claim you're a woman of God just pisses me the fuck off. Pisses me the fuck off. Like, it really does. I hate when people do really fucked up things and then hide behind religion and act like they're not being fucked up. It really pisses me off. And you didn't want to address that, but you want to talk about how pure you are? Bitch. Bitch. Fuck you. Okay? Fuck you. Alright. Not you, Hali. I'm talking about Bajah. Hali, I got some issues with you not captioning your content, but you know what? You look willing to learn. Okay, let's keep going.
I thought was a decent message. She seemed a little defensive, so I was like, I need to clarify that I'm not mad at you. So I clarified, and I actually took it.
And here's the other thing, right? From my understanding, this dispute over the ASL interpreter was like, seems to be like the straw that broke the camel's back when it came to the removal of Hali from the event, in my opinion, if I understand correctly. And that's what infuriates me even more if I'm correct about that. Because Bajah would rather end a friendship and throw a relationship under the bus than provide deaf access, and then wants to claim to be a woman of God? Hell no, bitch. Fuck that shit. That is using religion in vain.
Accountability as well. I said, I genuinely am mad at myself because I cannot believe that I did not consider accessibility, but I really do need access to the email, and please get me on that Instagram tomorrow. Because you never accepted the authentication thing, or maybe like it just didn't work. But either way, I need access to these things. When it came to accessibility, I then find out that we actually didn't sell out on tickets, right? I text the girls immediately, and I text her, and I said, we need to save 2 tickets. I text the girls, and they want to bring their Hoya. Of course, your Hoya can come, and of course.
I don't know what Hoya means, but in the text, she's asking if her mom can come. So is that what that is? I don't know. I'm assuming Hoya means mom, but I could be wrong. But anyway, fucking yeah. So this is another thing where it's like, yeah, you can criticize Hali for not captioning her videos. That's a valid criticism. But at least this bitch is willing and trying so hard to give deaf access at the physical location. You know what I mean? She's literally fighting tooth and nail here just to get those deaf bitches in, make them feel like they have accommodations and like, right? Like, dude, like, so I really do appreciate that because not a lot of people are willing to do that for us deaf. A lot of people, like, it's so fucking hard to get access anywhere as a deaf person. So I do appreciate Hali going to bat on that. And it pisses me the fuck off how Bajah responded. Like, yeah, fuck you, Bajah. Anyway.
You don't have to pay for your Hoyo. And by the way, the ASL,
I would never wish this on anybody, but I hope somebody steals Bajah's shoes and her purses. I hope somebody just ransacks her fucking closet. Take it all. I'm just kidding. That's fucked up. That's real bad of me. I'm sorry I said that.
interpreter, I said I was happy to cover the cost. The cost.
And she's trying to pay for it.
That she failed to mention. Anyway, I said I would cover the cost, and I told her actually save 3 tickets because their mom is coming and obviously Hoya needs a seat. That was a problem for her, and that is something that she mentioned but did not mention the context around. She tried to make it a thing where it's like accessibility next time. We got them next time, and I was
no, that is ableism. That's discrimination. Not providing deaf accessibility in the moment and being like, oh, maybe later. Maybe, like, there's no guarantee for next time. How about now? You have the opportunity now. And it's not that much. It really isn't. It doesn't cost you shit, really, in comparison to everything else you're spending. It's not a whole lot of money to provide deaf access. And so the fact that you're denying deaf access on premise, you're excluding deaf from your event, Bajah, that is discrimination. That's discrimination against the deaf community. I will never support that creator.
like, there is no next time. This needs to be made happen. I don't care what we need to do in order to do that. Also, forget morally, but like legally, like.
So when I first saw this, I'm thinking, the first time I saw this, it pissed me off that she said it this way because I was just like, the fuck you mean forget morally but legally? Because legality is not a reflection of morality, and I believe that the law is often used as a tool of oppression. And when I first saw this, it looked like she was more concerned with legal action than actual access with that statement. It is how I initially took it. When I first saw this, I was pissed off that she worded it this way. Since then, I have reflected on wondering if perhaps she meant, you know, not only the morality of it, but also the fact that it is against the law can really bite you in the ass. You know, I do think that is something to consider. So, and the more I reflect on the legal action aspect of it and how that is a liability for any company, I can kind of see there why she may have worded it this way. But when I first heard it, it just really pissed me off because the accessibility should be the forefront for me, you know?
You can't not have accessibility. Like, it's messed up in so many levels. And that to me was the first red flag, because that just spoke volumes of somebody's character to me personally. Last disagreement.
That part, it does speak volumes of Bajah's character. I agree.
Which led to me waking up being removed was about panelists. From the beginning, she said she wants panels. That's great. I love that. In the beginning, we started throwing names in the hat. She said, you know, the girl that's highlighted on the website, she said 2 other girls, and I said, cool, cool, cool. Because even though I didn't know 2 of the girls that she mentioned, I don't care. I don't need to know them because I genuinely trust your vision, and I trust that you know, this all makes sense. I suggested 2 girls. She had a problem with both of them. I said, okay. I suggested an OBGYN because I think that there's nothing that says female empowerment.
The overlay, I didn't read it all, but it basically said, I think it said that she said no to the OBGYN.
Like a doctor literally coming and talking about something that's so considered taboo in our culture. And then my other one was my co-founder, who is an incredible woman and has taught me so much about career. And I thought that she could touch on career when it comes to mid and senior level professionals, how to grow, how to go get your PhD, your MBA, because she's done all those things, while I could touch on the younger audience. This to her was a problem, and she said, I just don't really think she's a fit. She's saying that this week, when I've been mentioning this girl since September. I even messaged her back in September saying, you're gonna.
So currently she is showing screenshots, but what she's showing screenshots for, she's basically recapping with what she's saying. So I'm not even pausing to be like, yeah, hey, she showed a screenshot for that, but I mean, she is. And again, I am gonna link in the description of the video after this live stream ends, the Marky video that I saw, which is how I ended up covering this. And that video, it's way shorter than this, just 20-30 minutes. It's gonna have those screenshots and read them for you.
Every one of our panelists, yes, we're lit. Now, I still don't know what it means to be a good fit and why this would mean jumping from topic to topic, and why she's saying me and her panelists versus me, or why there'd be some type of tension between the panelists if I spoke on career, which is my expertise and what I was planning on speaking on anyway. That makes no sense to me. And I said that. I said that makes no sense. And that is when the conversation unfolded. Now, in this conversation, that is when I realized that I was not dealing with somebody that I truly knew. And that is when I was really trying to be professional, because at the end of the day, this is business. So I messaged her back, and that led to her saying, what do you think she can contribute to that event? I said, I told you, because on Saturday, I messaged you what she can talk about, which here's.
So I think it's interesting. Okay, so to a point, I can kind of understand how if it was someone who was, for example, a barista, and I've been a barista for 10 years, and they wanted a barista to be a panelist, maybe you wouldn't understand how a barista would fit into leadership for women. And so then you could come back and say, well, the customer service aspect of being a barista, the high pressure for the demand on the quick turnaround times, and the need to be able to provide consistent result every single time for people's exact specifications is something that could be discussed in terms of how do you execute on consistency, right? Or something like that, for example. So I could understand how someone may not understand the context for a specific job and might want more context as to what would be shared in the panel from that position, right? But when you're basically, for example, I don't know if this is the context of it, I'm just saying an example. If, for example, you're basically like, why should a doctor be on a panel? It comes off as if you are demeaning a doctor. You know what I mean? Like, just in my opinion, the way I take it, it's like every single person has something to contribute. And I can understand wanting more information about somebody's background to see if what that contribution is going to be is going to align with what you want your event to be. But when you're basically like, what does so-and-so have to contribute outside of that context, it comes off as if you don't value a contribution from them, you know? I don't know if I'm like wording that right or wrong for thinking that.
A screenshot of me messaging that on Saturday. And then she continues on to say, like, I don't even know this girl, I haven't even talked to her, basically. And I'm like, I don't know who you invited. And I continued on to make that
That is also interesting when you're co-hosting an event and you want to be the one that knows everybody and you don't let the other person put in someone they know, but that is coming off like it's kind of like not about a joint effort. It is about a one-sided control situation. In that example is how I perceive it.
Point, because I don't understand why there's a double standard for when I choose somebody versus when you choose somebody. And second of all, we haven't even discussed the panel yet, which is one of the things she listed. We haven't even done that yet. We were going to do that this week. So I am really confused on what's going on here. I then get this insane text throwing in my face the fact that I gave away 3 free tickets to girls that need accessibility.
So the text message, in my understanding, she wasn't invited onto the event until, what was it, like October or November? And the text message was throwing not only the deaf accessibility in her face, but it showed Hali saying some bullshit about how she was doing this in September, right? How the fuck are you gonna blame somebody for not being a part of an event that you didn't invite them into until later? That part does not sit right with me at all. It really bothers me. I haven't processed fully why I'm so annoyed by it, but it just really fucking bothers me. And then on top of that, to be like, oh, let me act as if the deaf family that you're trying to give access to is you just being irresponsible with the money. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Bitch. It shows that she doesn't care about deaf access. You know what I'm saying? It shows she doesn't care about the experience or the accommodations of her audience. Because how the fuck are you going to be complaining about that, but you got this money for, you admitted your venue was over budget, so you're fine with spending more money on a venue for the hearing people just as long as a deaf family is not present. Got it. Got it, Bajah. Got it. I see how that is. I see you, bitch. I fucking see you, Bajah. Not you, Hali. You're just getting the brunt of my anger because you're present. I'm preaching to the choir. But fuck you, Bajah, is how I feel right now, because what the fuck?
Disability. I don't need to discuss that with you.
You know what? Hell yeah. I had previously said, because I thought it was previously said, like, I can understand how when you're co-hosting, you need agreement on who's going to be there, right? And you both need to agree on who's going to be on the panels and everything. So where it shows Bajah wasn't giving Hali the chance to agree on shit, but was mad at Hali for trying to make her own decisions anyway to contribute, while claiming Hali wasn't doing enough to contribute, while claiming if Hali contributed it wasn't good enough or the right thing or it was too much. Like, what? That part I don't understand. I thought I heard something. I couldn't tell if it was outside or my person told me he might be coming home soon. Anyway, but yeah, that doesn't sit right with me. And the fact that she's trying to act like giving a deaf family accommodations is some horrible blight on her event. Not Hali, Bajah. That pissed me off. You know what I'm saying? That really did.
I really and truly don't. And if it was such a problem, I'll happily cover it the same way I'm covering the interpreter costs anyway. I made a panel doc in December, yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, here's where I was going. So to a point, I think, everybody should have agreement on who's going to be there. But fucking Bajah wasn't letting Hali have any agreement. And also, when it comes to accessibility, that should be a given. If somebody's requesting accommodations, that should be a given. And if you have to come to your event producer being like, hey, are we going to be accommodating to deaf people? You shouldn't have to do that, because that should be a given. It should be, hey, how are we going to accommodate them? Not if, or, you know what I mean? Like, if that is the reason right there, yeah, fuck you, Bajah. I'm on Hali's side. Like, you shouldn't need someone's permission to give accessibility. Like, that's fucking bullshit. That's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. If you, no.
I made it with you. I lashed out on her. Do you?
I would have lashed out on her too. Honestly, I think you were too nice. You should have been meaner. Fuck that bitch. Okay, I'm not telling you what to do. That's tone policing. I apologize. However you react is valid. I appreciate your efforts.
I think these text messages are lashing out about an email. She says the email was never sent. Here it is. The email is sent. When I logged onto the email,
and mind you, the screenshots that she's showing is about her advocating for there to be an ASL interpreter, and it seems as if Bajah is denying that. Fuck you, Bajah! Hey, from the deaf community, I feel I can speak for us all on this one. Fuck you, it's the sign of the day. Yay. Here's a sign for you.
days later, I noticed that there was no emails. Were they deleted? I don't know. But it's a little weird that none of these emails all of a sudden exist. After saying all of that, she says, "Can I FaceTime you? I don't want to argue over dumb things." Dumb things? You just came for my whole life.
And you're claiming arguing over an ASL interpreter was a dumb thing? If deaf should have access is a dumb thing for you? And dumb is a slur used against deaf people. The fuck? We used to only have legal rights under the name deaf and dumb. They wouldn't give us any access unless they called us dumb. We were begging them not to call us dumb anymore, and they said, fine, you're impaired now. And they call us hearing impaired, and we tell them that's discrimination. And they say, no, it's not discrimination because you're impaired, you're broken, you're not good enough. You know? And so, for you to say deaf accessibility is dumb comes from that history. It's anti-deaf, it's deaf discrimination. It shows explicit and implicit biases against deaf people. It's fucking terrible to see, and I'm extremely disappointed in Bajah. Thank you, Hali, for speaking for us. I appreciate that. I appreciate your accessibility fighting for us, you know, like, even though I have complaints and criticisms about the way that was done, and I have criticisms when hearing people try to speak over deaf people on deafness. When hearing people are fighting with other people for deaf access, I appreciate that. You know why? Because deaf people, we are a marginalized community. There's always going to be more hearing people than deaf. So without you hearing people like Hali fighting for us to have access in society, we will never have access in society because hearing people are always going to be putting us down. We need people like Hali. I appreciate you, and fuck you, Bajah.
So I am baffled. I had to walk away. I had to step away. My jaw was on the floor. So I sent her this message, and I was really and truly trying to be professional here because this is a business. And then I said, I'm not talking to you right now. And then here came the gaslighting.
Sweetie, I don't think you processed that yet. I don't know. I don't mean to be condescending. I didn't mean to call you sweetie. I apologize. That came out. I don't know. I didn't mean it like that. I don't know if that came out right. But she's been being gaslit. Maybe this is when she began to process it, but she has been being gaslit in these screenshots. Like, damn, man.
Response really and truly had me baffled. I could not believe what I was reading. I was baffled, to say the least. And I did just get a slightly unprofessional with the but
I'm gonna let this play while I go preheat my oven real quick for dinner, and then I'm gonna be right back, okay, y'all?
You guys, I've never ever in my life dealt with somebody like this, and I had to just reel it in so many times. So I send one last message, and I try to keep it extremely professional, and I try to keep it calm. And at this point, I'm walking on eggshells. At this point, I'm like, oh my goodness. White flag, white flag, white flag, what is going on? She said, let's call. I said, let's call tomorrow. And then that's the message that she sent me. And then she said, let's do 3. I gave it a thumbs up because that's all I could freaking give. And I did not want the conversation to continue over text. So I left my phone alone until I see this text message saying, I'm not mad or upset with you. Why would you be mad or upset?
That would send me over the edge. When someone's treating you like shit, and then they try to hit you with the, oh, I'm not mad at you. That, holy fuck. And then when she's actively trying to keep her distance, regulate her emotions, come with this collected, and then they hit you. I would be like, bitch, you want to see me mad at you now, bitch? Like, holy fuck, that would send me over the edge. And why the fuck would you be mad at Hali for trying to get Deaf access, bitch? Fuck you. Anyway.
With me. We just have an insane event to plan. I apologize if any of this came off to be rude or disrespectful, whatever.
Oh, and then where she was telling her to go read some scripture? Are you fucking kidding me? You're over here being anti-deaf as shit, ableist as fuck, trying to be like, oh, but you need the word of God. Fuck you. No. Only a godless person would do that, in my opinion.
And then she says, read Ayat Kursi. And then the next morning, I wake up, and that's where I started that last video. I didn't know what to say to this woman. 10:27, she messaged me, good morning. I just wanted to let you know that I sent $200 reimbursement for the pancake. Also, I have your Amazon boxes here, which is all the supplies that I ordered, but like we decided to order for the event. Now, I didn't know what to do. And I was like, surely she's going to explain herself. Surely she's going to explain herself. I did not get a single text. 3 p.m. came around. I wasn't getting a call. So I said, okay, I suppose I will give you a call. I give her a call, no answer. She calls me back. I said, hey, what's going on? At the point of the phone call, I already knew the type of person this woman was. I already knew the type of person I was walking into. And honestly, I was really, really on edge the entire day. I had been bawling my eyes out the whole day. I could not believe it. I was in shock. I felt betrayed. This isn't just a random person I just met. This is somebody I considered to be a friend.
Honestly, though, the way Bajah is treating Hali reminds me of corporate psychological welfare, and the way that Bajah words things to Hali, like when Hali words things, it looks as if Hali is coming from the heart. When Bajah words things, it looks like she is spinning a narrative, in my opinion. And the reason I say that is because she uses buzzwords, and she doesn't. It's one thing to use a word that is often used as a buzzword when you're backing up what that importance of that concept is to you. Like if you're talking about the evolution of who you are as a person and you're explaining your journey in business and how you feel you've evolved, that's giving context, for example. But if you're just sitting here like, I'm evolutionary, we're going to revolutionize and we're going to evolve and revolve and we are just spinning. We're spinning around and we're going up. We're going up and up and up, and I'm going to take you up with me. There's no substance to that. You know what I'm saying? And that is how I perceived her ads to be. It's a mix of corporate positive sounding buzzwords smashed together without any support system or structure to back up what those buzzwords could mean. You know what I mean? But yeah.
So when I gave her a call, I didn't even know what to expect, but I knew much about her character, and I knew that she would fabricate and lie about this call. So I recorded it. I'm only going to play my parts, but you can give it a listen and I can tell you what she says in her.
And I want to note too, Hali shows things in here from what I remember that doesn't make Hali look good. So that's another way I see it, as Hali is just being genuine. Like, look, this is what the fuck happened, man.
Parts. I wanted to call because I need some clarity. I woke up to being removed from the website, the Instagram, like access revoked.
You know what? And here it is. Hali's here like, yeah, this is what the fuck I did. I have nothing to hide. Let me tell you everything I did. Versus Bajah is like, I'm not here to tell. Like, Bajah is like pushing a narrative like, oh, I've done nothing wrong. I am perfect. Everything is wrong with Hali. You see that difference? When someone can admit their faults and is fully transparent about what the fuck they did, they have nothing to hide, I see them as genuine. When someone is trying to act like only one person is the problem and they did everything correctly and they can do no wrong, but this one person, they did everything terribly, that's when I see it as a situation that doesn't seem genuine. It seems as if you're positioning something.
Like a payment refunded without any conversation, and it was clearly a very unilateral decision in a project that we are co-hosting, so I wanted to...
So you see where she's sitting here like it was a unilateral decision in a conversation in a project we were co-hosting. That kind of reminds me of like if you go to corporate, they're not gonna be like, so they're layoffs? No, we're just restructuring. You know what I mean? Yeah. The captioner didn't say the word. Oh, it did. Okay, never mind. I just took it late. Whatever, fuck it.
Well, we said we were gonna call at 3, so I wanted to call and you know, before we move forward, understand why that was done and in that way, because yeah.
I'm gonna pause that there. She continues on to say, this has been on my heart for a while. It's not something that I did out of emotion, but something that I have been thinking about for a while. That doesn't make it any, that makes it worse in my opinion, because how long has God put this in your heart? And why is God always putting stuff in your heart? Anyway.
Did God put it in your heart not to give deaf people access? Or where the fuck was God for that? Just want to know, Bajah. Where the fuck was God when you were talking about deaf people?
So she says pretty much that. She says, sorry that if this caught you off guard. I didn't mean to blindside you, but you did, but okay. And so this is my response.
Okay, so I hear your perspective. I most definitely don't agree, not even an inch. My contributions have been consistent, they have been documented, they have been aligned with everything that we've discussed, and regardless of if you feel a certain way or...
And I can understand where in this moment, because Hali knew that her work spoke for herself, she may not have articulated what that work was. For future reference, for anybody recording a conversation like this for yourself in the future for legal purposes, if you can, what you should do for covering your butt legally is, if you can in that moment, start articulating and listing off every fucking thing you did. Hali in this video has shown screenshots and evidence of these things that she is summarizing, so I can see why she doesn't feel the need to list all of that shit, because the work and the evidence speaks for itself. But if you put that in wording, like when you're communicating that, it makes your legal defense stronger. So that's what you can do to tighten up your legal defense there, is you need to be listing all the fucking shit you know you did when you're in these conversations if you can, especially when you're recording it.
At the end of the day, this was a decision that we made together. This is an event that we hosted together. These things that are on here are some of my ideas. They are efforts that, like, either way, it has been time, it's been marketing, it's been commitment, and there's been not just hours, not just energy, everything that has been done towards this event. And there's ownership within that I have with She Evolves. And I think it's extremely unprofessional. It's extremely, honestly, just unethical for you to remove me, wipe me off of the website when the last text message that you sent me was, I'm not mad or upset, we just have some things to figure out, and that it's going to be an insane event. I apologize, whatever, it's all a part of the process. We'll talk tomorrow. Let's read Ayat Kursi. And then to not even, be hearing from you, but hearing from other people, getting direct messages from other people saying, I noticed your you're not on here? What's going on? What's this? What's that? That is, I genuinely think that is the worst way possible to deal with the situation, one, but also to deal with a friend. Like, I am not just like some random person. I'm somebody who, at least on my end, I was like, oh, this is a friend of mine. I would never even do that to a stranger, never mind somebody that I'm co-hosting with, because at the end of the day, this is also a business, and at the end of the day, it's not just me that's involved, it's my management that's involved. Like, there's a lot of moving parts to this. Well, I'm done talking. Then the conversation switches. After I call her out, she gets extremely aggressive. She starts yelling over the phone. She says, name one thing you did. Name one thing you did. Did you do this? Did you?
And another thing where on the overlay it said, she also says, how are you going to call yourself a co-host and you have ownership over this, that you deserve respect and you deserve to be listened to, and you still got removed from that website with so much ease, And then she's saying, because you set the systems up so you're able to do that. That's plotting. You also did it while I was asleep, thinking we were going to move forward and talk the next day. I could have changed the password. I was logged in too, but I would never do such a thing. Right. And right here it says, how are you going to say you deserve respect? Are you fucking kidding me? So this kind of is very telling. No wonder she doesn't think deaf people deserve the respect of accessibility. She doesn't even think her friend deserves the respect of credit for the work she does. Are you fucking kidding me? Honestly though, this happening is just gonna be a blessing for Hali. She's gonna be able to take these teachings and do her own thing with it, and if Bajah learns one day, I hope her events go well too, blah, blah, blah. But if Bajah doesn't fucking work on herself, particularly as it relates to anti-discrimination, she's going to go down a path which she cannot return, in my opinion. Like, when you're going down this path of encouraging people not to have access for deaf people, that is oppression. That comes from aligning yourself with inhumane activities. So you can't claim to be a woman of God while being inhumane to the deaf community. So her behavior is not in alignment with her words, and if she continues on that path, she's going to lose any trust people have with her. If she does better, there is a chance Bajah has to recover her image, but that can only be done through good faith actions. It cannot be done through representation of something that doesn't exist. But yeah, let's keep going.
You do that, and I know that she's trying to provoke me because I saw that through the text messages last night. So my only goal with this is for her to confirm, am I officially off the event? Because if I am, then I owe my audience an explanation. So we go back and forth. The part where I say I don't care is I say, no, I don't care about, I'll play it. Pause. I'm gonna pause you right there. I really don't care. At the end of the day, this is all I'm gonna say. Can I speak?
Basically, it's not picking up on captions, but Hali was saying, I'm going to stop you right there because I really don't care. And the overlay here is saying, she says you really don't care about this event, huh, Hali? And then we get Hali's response to that next, I believe.
She says, you really don't care about this event, right, Hali? And I said,
don't care. At the end of the day, this is all I'm gonna say. Can I speak? I don't care about what you have to say about Levin or whatever.
So then she says, I don't care what you have to say. I don't care what you have to say. I don't care what you have to say. And she says that over and over and over again, like a really grown and mature woman. And I say, I just need you to confirm one thing.
You know what that reminded me of though? Like, I literally just talked about this. Whenever I had an altercation with DA Leon Canizaro of New Orleans, who is known for issuing fake subpoenas, he kept saying, but I'm the DA, but I'm the DA, but I'm the DA. trying to get the police to arrest me. He was like, but I'm the GA. And that is what that is reminding me of.
It sounds like you're formally removing me from the event, so please confirm that. Okay, sure, we'll go with that. But here's the thing. Since you feel I contributed nothing, then it sounds like you're formally removing me from the event, so please confirm that so I can handle next steps professionally.
I formally remove you, I formally remove you, I formally remove you. So, yes, I made a video. Yes, I brought it to the internet. People invested money into this. Speaking of money, the last thing that
Okay, and then for her to say that she clearly communicated what the issues were and for it to have been this conversation is wild to me. And for her to not be able to expand on that any further leads me to believe, and I'm talking about Bajah not being able to expand on this any further and Bajah claiming she clearly communicated these issues. But versus what Hali is able to show didn't happen, you know, that leads me to believe in reflection in relation to where Hali showed evidence that Bajah did not want to provide ASL accommodations. That combined, are you kidding me? That kind of shows me, right? Yeah.
she said about me that is also completely false, like everything she's written on there, is the fact that I suggested $75 and to increase the ticket prices. I said to increase the ticket prices because she presented an extremely high ticket price from the beginning that I negotiated down to $65. When we were on our second call, she brought up the fact that we need good pricing. And I said, well, yes, good pricing to me means a good deal. And I don't know that the prices that she brought up, which were almost $100.
Okay, so I'm gonna link in the description of my video, the two things I need to link, that Marky video and my own video on pricing. I've done a video on pricing that explains pricing, that lets you know how to raise your prices or articulate what your prices are gonna be based on ethical shit to actually price your shit on, realistic shit, but related to value-based, cost-based, and price-based, what the fuck am I saying? Value-based, cost-based, and market-based pricing. So value-based pricing is when you look at the value of what you're putting into the offer and you charge people for the value that they will receive from it. Cost-based pricing is whenever you look at all of the costs that it takes you to produce the offer and charge based on the cost of that. And market-based pricing is when you look at the market, you look at what they could get from anywhere else, and you look at your pricing in relation to that. So all three need to go together and reflecting what your pricing is going to be. And I think them not having that business experience and not having that event production experience previously to understand how to connect their budget on the event to what the pricing should be is reflected here with this dispute. But I'm going to try to remember to link my video on pricing in the description of this video.
Were good deals to me personally. I personally would not have paid that. There's 18-year-olds saving up money in order to come to this event. So I said no, and we brought it down to 65. That was us negotiating and finding a middle ground, by the way. When I was told that the tickets sold out and all of a sudden now we have more tickets, I said, girl, you were low-key right. We could do more. I said, like $10 more production, and we can do more for the event if we increase ticket prices, whatever. I think what is crazy is her saying that she immediately disagreed because this was her response.
Okay, so it looks like Bajah had said, we know there's such high demand and we can just say added more tickets. There's this girl that said she wanted tickets for her 6 friends. She said we have our first picked out. Excuse me, I am getting a phone call. I'm going to take a break and I will be right back. I apologize. sorry about that. That was my twin calling me. I have to babysit my niece tomorrow, so yay me. But yeah, fucking, my bad, y'all. Like, I will always answer. Like, there are some people where it's not that I don't value them, like, but if I'm live streaming, I'm not gonna answer, you know, in that moment, unless I know they need me for something. But like, I probably would just like call them back later, you know, for a lot of situations when I get a call here. But anytime my twin or specific people call me, it's like I'm jumping on that immediately, and I'm turning this light back on again. But yeah, it's like anytime my twin needs me, that's not like let me wait or something, you know, that's like a situation that I'm gonna answer immediately. So yeah, but anyway, I don't know what the fuck was happening. Oh yeah, I think I was reading this. I'm just gonna read this. I forgot what the fuck I was saying or whatever, but here, I forgot where I left off, so let me just pick back up here. But basically, so it looks like Bajah said we could just add more tickets. There's a girl who picked out tickets for her and her 6 friends. We have her first picked out. It really does piss me off again. Bajah did not want to provide deaf accessibility, but look at this shit here. Like that, it pisses me off to no end. You can't be bragging about a sold out show and all that good shit and then being like, oh, but deaf access is too much this time. Maybe next time. Fuck you. Anyway, Hali had said, I'm crying. Wait, would it be crazy to increase prices? Tell me if it is. I beg, don't let me be greedy. But like, the demand is stupid, and I did study economics. Okay, I will say also, as someone who, I've been in business since 2013, and I studied economics as it relates to getting my degree in business, you know. I've got my Bachelor of Science in Music, Industry Studies, and Business Administration, but one of my classes was Principles of Microeconomics. And I've also studied macroeconomics, I guess in high school, but as well as with Khan Academy. I fucking love that shit. Love Khan Academy. Anyway, so fucking, I do feel that to a point I can understand why when you've studied economics and you see the supply and demand, you think, let me raise the prices in this moment. But what you need to also consider is microeconomics and macroeconomics are long-term studies of the behavior of an economy. It's not a reflection of trends or a reflection of active behavior in current patterns. It's a reflection of past markets, not the current, typically. So that's another thing to consider. It is a baseline that could be useful, but where a lot of people get in trouble is expecting past results for the present when they're not considering current realities connected to it. So for example, a supply and demand curve for ticket sales makes no sense when there's a COVID shutdown, right? That means nothing then. For example, that's just what I'm telling you. Like, there are situations in which studying the overall history of how people purchase things will not reflect what they're going to do in a moment. And the same can be said with raising prices. Now, there could be the supply and demand of what people's purchase behavior is for the price of specific types of offers is not going to be a reflection of what could happen if you raise your own prices. You need to not look at economics for that, because that only matters when you're accounting into market, what's on the market for pricing. When you look at what is the cost and what is the value-based pricing, that's out the window. You know what I'm saying? And it's not a reflection of what you can expect necessarily all the time. So, but you don't learn these things until you actually try to do it. You don't learn how the theory applies until you actually learn, you know what I mean? How to play the piano. Like, if you know play a piano, right? And you learn theory, but say that you are learning about theory before you've heard the note. You may theoretically understand E, G, like every good boy, E, G, B, D, you know, F, A, being the lines of the treble clef, for example, and then the spaces in between being FACE. You might understand that theoretically, right? What are the notes on a treble clef, and then how to read a treble clef. But if you don't understand what an E sounds like, then you won't be able to look at music notation and hear the music in your head. You would have to be able to execute on those notes to know how the sound applies, right? But if you're experienced with music and music theory, you can look at a sheet of music and you can know what the sound is going to be before you play it. You know what I'm saying? And so the same thing with microeconomics. If you've studied the theory but don't have the actual experience of the theory applied, you don't know what it's going to be. But once you connect both, she's going to take off. You know what I mean? I do think that history is going to make her really, really good at pricing once she has more experience about the realities of it, if that makes sense. I know I'm rambling way too long. But here, Bajah does say, laughing my ass off, low key, it will help with production, but people will probably hate us. So, Bajah is the one who initially brought this up, if I understand correctly. But Bajah was basically trying to act like the Hali wanted to raise prices for no reason. When you look at this text message, it doesn't look good for Hali because it does look as if they're, without providing the context in this screenshot for why they wanted to raise prices, it does look like two girls laughing about how much money they can make off of ticket sales for an event. It doesn't look like two girls or two women. I shouldn't be calling you girls. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to infantilize you. Two women. It doesn't look like two women discussing what is going to be the cost-based or value-based or price-based aspects of, or market-based aspects of their pricing. Shit, what the fuck? You know, so I will say, like, this screenshot does not look good for Hali. But that also makes me see that I feel she is being genuine with what she shows here, because she's not giving a fuck if she looks good or not. She's just showing what the fuck happened, you know? Versus it looks like Bajah is trying to curate an image to me. You know what I mean? But yeah. So, anyway, let's keep going.
She did continue to then be like, oh no, like, let's just keep it fair, which is totally valid, and I 100% agreed with that. I didn't even push back on that. Immediately was like, perfect. Nonetheless, that it was a stupid decision on my end. That was a stupid suggestion on my end. I was just thinking we can add more to the event if we had.
Oh yeah, but it does bother me that Bajah was like trying to act like this was some contentious point because Hali wanted to overcharge everybody, but Bajah's sitting there fucking joking along about it too. So, you know what I mean? Like, how the fuck do you think that's not gonna come out, bitch? Like, the fuck? You know what I mean? Like,
Have more people, or we have higher prices. But regardless, all in all, I'm genuinely not sharing this to start anything. I want this to die, and I want this to die gracefully. But here we are, and typing up and misquoting me is not the way to take accountability. I genuinely am baffled by this. I cannot even comprehend. You guys, like, I'm genuinely exhausted from trying to comprehend this, because I just don't.
Am I fucked up? Because she's talking about how exhausted she is, and I'm like, oh, thank God. Now I don't feel so bad for saying you look exhausted earlier. I'm fucked up. I'm sorry. Oh, you're beautiful.
Understand. I don't get it. And I'm sharing this to, like, I can't make sense of it. I would never do this to my worst enemy. I do not have any ill intentions towards this woman. I kept my video yesterday extremely vague for a reason.
Okay, Okay, but I'm sorry, you cannot look at her eyes right now and tell me you don't see pain. Look at her fucking eyes, dude. Yeah, I'm just saying.
I had all these receipts, I had all these texts. I chose to give her grace because even though she chose to not give me grace time and again throughout this entire process, I do not want to stoop down to her level.
And I will say, it does take a very powerful person to communicate authenticity behind a camera. So I think that will take her very far.
I hate that I have to make this video. Really and truly, I'm not enjoying any piece of this. I am extremely anxious, I'm extremely tired, and like I'm truly sick to my stomach throughout this entire process because I cannot comprehend how someone does this. I don't know anymore. And I don't want to know, and I'm tired, and I just want to leave this all behind. I want to go back to my regular content of sharing opportunities with you guys and sharing advice with you guys, which I can actually share lots of advice on this situation. I've learned a freaking lot, but nonetheless, I just wanted this to move on, and I want to move on with transparency. I want to move on with a new event that has transparency, that has accessibility, that has integrity. And I hope that we can all do this after this. But please, 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 please. Like, I am exhausted. I really am. And I wish I wish this never happened. I wish I could go back in time and make sure that like I never involved myself with this person. But unfortunately, you live and you learn, and I sure as hell learned, and I hope that you guys can learn from my mistakes as well. But it's really and truly not fair. I've been trying to take the high road time and time again. I've been trying to take the high road with this entire event. I've been trying to take the high road throughout that call. I've been trying to take the high road with the way that I presented information on here as well. I tried to be modest about it. I tried to be respectful. I tried, even when I wanted to so badly, I walked away and I took a deep freaking breath and I said, at the end of the day, what's meant for you will find you. What's meant for her will find her. And I really and truly wanted to leave it at that. But deceit, false accusations, misquotes, that's just not something that I'm standing for. And I wanted to provide this clarity for you guys who also invested in this event. And I hope that this provides any clarity that is needed. This is all that I could possibly ever say about the situation. That's it. Like, I really, really, really will not speak about this again. But I'm sorry that this is such a waste of your freaking time. It's a waste of my time, that's for sure. And I hope that we can all find better things to do with our time. Thank you. Bye.
So I can understand how she is basically being like, trying to work with someone who clearly doesn't want to work with me is a waste of time, basically, is where I think she's at with that there. But I'm over here like, Deaf issues is not a waste of time for me. I got all day. Let me clear my schedule. Hold on. I can cancel that meeting. Fuck it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like, damn. Okay, so I'm gonna process this in a second, but before we do though, let's just see if there is anything else here.
I feel like every day I freaking hate Chicago. Hey guys, I just wanted to tell you a little bit about the reason why I'm so successful is because I genuinely embrace failure. I do not.
Alrighty, it looks like that was it from her. So it does look like now we have seen, I was just clicking through real quick just to see if she posted anything else about it. Because, you know, sometimes people be like, this is the last time I'm talking about it. Then there's 10 more posts in a row about the situation. And you're like, yeah. But anyway, so this wasn't that. She was for real, I think. You know, maybe she will end up talking about it again, but it doesn't look like she intended to. But, I'm very interested to see if Bajah has anything to counter the evidence that we've seen related to her being anti-deaf, because what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? She would really, for me to feel better about Bajah in this situation, Bajah will need to show evidence that she was indeed trying to accommodate deaf people, and that was somehow a miscommunication and wrong, and that there needs to be evidence to show that Bajah was on board with the deaf access in this situation. If there was some evidence for that, then I could see perhaps things were out of context or needed processing, or maybe there was an initial response of maybe next time, but then she was like, well, I did initially say that, but actually no, I did end up trying to give access. If something like that happened, maybe I can give Bajah some more grace. But without seeing any of that, with the evidence I have seen, with it being literally Hali showing how hard she was trying to get deaf access and Bajah shutting that down, fuck you, Bajah, that is anti-deaf. And then Bajah trying to quote the word of God to fucking Hali after that. Oh, hell no. 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 Anyway, so that really triggered me. That was some shit, man. That was some fucking shit. But just to recap, so recapping the Bajah Hali situation first. If I understand the timeline correctly, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, based on what we've processed here, that first Bajah invited Hali onto an event that Bajah had already done a certain amount of work on. And then when Hali joined that event, she was trying to contribute, but those contributions were not valued. Then the altercation seems to have blown up around the time where Hali was trying to get access and accommodations for a deaf family. And that seems to be one of the primary issues, besides altercations over Bajah wanted to be the only one deciding who was going to be on the panel, from what I understand. And it looked like Hali was trying to contribute, but Bajah was shutting that down. And then not only was Bajah shutting down any contribution that Hali was trying to make, in my opinion, from what I saw for a lot of the things, it looked like Bajah was then trying to say, well, you're not good enough because we didn't do anything you wanted. When, you know what I mean? Like, it really seemed like a power trip over control over the issue. And I feel that perhaps it only appears that way because of perfectionism on Bajah's part. But if perfectionism is her excuse, then why not have deaf accommodations in that picture? Or are deaf people not part of her perfect reality? You know, like, I don't know. But anyway, I feel like from that situation, to deny deaf access and then try and quote the word of God is the most gaslighting thing I've ever seen. To remove somebody who is a co-host from access from the event that they worked on, and you know they worked on it. Whether or not you did work before she joined isn't up for debate. That's not what we're talking about. Did you or did you not ask her to co-host? And then to act like she wasn't a co-host or that she doesn't deserve respect because she tried to give deaf people access and because she wanted an OBGYN on the panel? That looks extremely like you've got some internal misogyny to work through as well as ableism, in my opinion. That's how it looks, superficially, from what I understand, if I understand correctly, and I could be wrong. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm processing from all of this. It's extremely triggering for me because of how hard it has been in my life for me to have access and accommodations no matter where I go, how hard it's been for me to make it in life, how hard for me it's been to have a career because of not being accommodated. It's extremely triggering for me because it's impacted every aspect of my life. And so to see Bajah uphold oppression against deaf people really pisses me off. But it does give me hope to see people like Hali use the influence you have to try and fight for equity for deaf community in our reality. That does mean a lot. I wish both of you guys would caption your fucking content, but you know, we're here now. You live and you learn. And yeah, I can appreciate the work that those ladies are doing on trying to promote and produce events. You know, it's extremely hard to do, and I understand the stress. I understand not being perfect, and I understand fucking shit up. You know, I just had the luck of being young and not having a huge following to witness me fuck up. You know? But yeah. And then in terms of summing up this whole live stream in and of itself, basically, it's been kind of like a reflection for me on not only my journey in the event industry, but also in the legal industry, you know? So, we started off me kind of touching back on my last couple of live streams of my journey in the legal industry as it relates to how I got into law, why I'm so passionate about law. And I picked up with just feeling like I was underestimated at that last law office I worked at. So we started here at the beginning with me discussing like my mindset with feeling undervalued and underestimated there. And so we started off with that, and then we went into me just kind of showing evidence for donating $1 per ticket for my events to Orleans Public Defenders because they represented me, and I wanted to give back to that and also to help them help others. And I feel that wanting to do something with the events you're doing and trying to put that into action does mean something. And so for me, I really align with that. And so that's why I showed you evidence of me having done this, because I can see where and why those ladies may have wanted that vision if that is what they were trying to do. I see Hali focusing more on execution than how she looks, and I appreciate that. I see Bajah as someone focusing more on how she looks and execution, and I think if she doesn't work on that, it's going to be her downfall. If she doesn't apologize or address deaf community issues, and if she doesn't work on accessibility for deaf community, I believe that itself represents who she is. She's representing exactly who she is, and I do not believe it's a person of God. I don't believe anybody who can represent religion is someone who's going to discriminate against other people, in my opinion. But that's just me. I don't like it when people try to use their religion as a shield for them to discriminate against others, because it's not. You need to keep that separate. I am extremely spiritual. I'm extremely religious, and I think that to weaponize spirituality and faith and religion to deflect from your behavior, from your actions, is extremely problematic, and it shows a disconnect between your morality and your religion and your ethics and how you move through life. It shows that you are not in value alignment with the religion that you preach, that you follow, in my opinion. So that's just me. Or perhaps if it is in alignment with your version of that religion, it shows a reflection of who you surround yourself with, or them to accept someone who acts like you, in my opinion. Because for me, people who act the same way flock together. So a lot of times when someone acts a certain way, it's because that's who they're surrounded by. That's why I said that. But that's me self-projecting my own issues. But anyway. So yeah, I still need to process this better. I feel like I'm not giving you a good summary because I haven't fully processed all of that because it was so much. So yeah, you know, but thank you for processing with me. Thank you for considering deaf accessibility with me. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for considering how the community events we organize impact others. And I look forward to reflecting on these social issues with you guys next time. Bye. Thanks for watching. Join the loyalty program at noladeafchild.com/loyalty and check in during live streams to get points for rewards.